Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, January the 18th. My name is Barry Anerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen, please. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys. Yeah, a little bit of excitement this morning with ATVI being bought out by Microsoft. The rumor is around $95. And that, of course, has put a big pop into the other gaming stocks, Electronic Arts, EA, and also TTWO. They've all gapped up in sympathy. And a cheaper one, SKLZ, did the same thing. I don't know if it's holding its gains. Not really. But the other two, yeah, Electronic Arts and certainly TTW. So we'll have to see how this all plays out, but that is it's confirmed by Microsoft. This is no longer a rumor. I don't see the confirmation of $95, but I definitely see the confirmation by Microsoft that they are buying them. So what else is happening? SRGA is gapping up. At least it was gapping up just over $1. It's a big float though, 117 million in the float. They have FDA clearance for something for their product, so that was the news for them. Huge volume, but it is also a very high float. Mines, M-Y-N-Z, M-Y-N-Z. M-Y-N-Z is gapping up. I can't see any specific news for it. This was an IPO or a symbol name or a SPAC. I never can keep these straight anymore. But anyway, M-Y-N-Z started trading as M-Y-N-Z a couple of days ago, 3 days ago. So huge pop again this morning. Again, I don't see any specific news for it. I do see on the 12th, but you know, what are we now? The 18th? Yeah, former Roche executives added to their board. UL, this is taking a hit. UL under Unilever. Yeah, so this is taking a big hit. So I guess what they're doing is they're trying to buy GSK or a portion of GSK, the interest in their health division. And this is an unsolicited bid. So anyway, this is getting hammered on that. Our friend BBIG. BBIG is still active from last week. Had the big run up, of course, from 250 all the way up to, what did it get up to on Friday? Got up to a 435, so it is also still gapping up a little bit here. MTL, this is a couple of Russian stocks are taking it on the chin. MTL and MBT. Noteworthy that it's below the 200-day moving average now. 200-day moving average at 287 for MTL. So now you see that green line right there. So MTL is weakening, as well as MBT. Again, these are a couple of Russia stocks. MBT, whereas it's 200-day. 882, so it is below the 200-day. It was already below that. GPS, a big downgrade from Morgan Stanley. GPS, a downgrade from Morgan Stanley with a $14 price target. IO had gapped up. I don't see any specific news on it. You know, cheap one, another one just over $1. Don't see any news on it. There's going to be probably something, but I just don't see it. 25 million, so it's a fairly low float. Lots of volume. And I mentioned the skills before. SKLZ. Let's see, is it still hanging in there? Again, this is all, so the gaming stocks, other than GameStop, GME is not. And of course, should be following DWAC today, DWAC. Still on the way. The high on Thursday, I guess that was Thursday, was almost 75, 74.82. Oh, I don't know if there's no specific news today for BBIG. It's just been pumped all over the internet for the last few days. Okay, so there's no specific news on it today. Now, the next big level for this one, 529. A couple of months ago, that's where it hit, BBIG. This was a meme stock also. But I tell you what, guys, the memers, they're hurting. I mean, look at GME. AMC now is still hovering under 20. The bloom, as we speak, is about a year ago, too, you know, that this all started. In fact, I think it might have even been exactly a year ago. Let's take a look. No, I'd have to back this out on a daily chart. A weekly chart will show me so this is the week of the 25th last year. So we're about a year ago when all this started. And let's see, we're going to be in for a bit of a rough open. No, the SPY is down. You can see where the SPY, this is Friday afternoon. Big surge. So we are, but that's where it closed. It closed around here. And so we're in for a bit of a, well, not a bit of, we're in for definitely a gap down market to start. See what happens, of course, once this market opens. We'll take a look at the sectors. A little bit. I'm just waiting now for 9:10 to take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Our promotion is still on. You can still get 20% off using our promo code MLK20. And this will be the last promotion for a while, guys. Not too many holidays coming up, so. So you guys were talking about IMTE. I didn't see that one on my... Oh, I see it now. Yeah, I do see it now. What a run. Again, what a run. IMTE. You always wonder, is it over? 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 Is it over now? It's amazing. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See how active the analysts are this morning. Actually fairly active on the upgrade side. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades this morning from briefing.com. Just a few more to go. Again, I'm looking for multiple upgrades or downgrades. I don't see any yet. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. Again, if there are any multiple downgrades, again, by that I mean, is the same symbol being downgraded, same company being downgraded by several firms? There's that downgrade for the Gap GPS by Morgan Stanley. All right, and there we have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, okay, the Purple Knight. I shut down. It's good practice, yes, to shut down your trade ideas every day. I do. I actually shut my computer off every night, reload everything, but it is good practice, yes. Now, if you're new, and you're not seeing anything at all by when you reload, that means probably you have some filters in the pre-market that are preventing data from coming in. I'll explain that a little bit later. But yes, you should restart trade ideas every day. Do not leave it running. All right, Mr. Big, BBIG, making that attempt to get through the high of Friday. Well, I'm sorry, it's already through that high of Friday. I was mainly thinking about this break of 5. If it does break 5, 529 is the next high looking left, I believe. Actually 555 on a weekly chart is the next high looking left. No, I was right. 529 is the next high in a weekly chart. And then we've got 555. If it takes that area out, say the 550 area out, and I'm not saying it's going to get here, but look at the weekly chart, and the next high is almost $9. So, I mean, listen, it's in play. It's obvious, it's in play. It's being pumped around by a lot of different people. There's no specific news on it, not that I can see. Blink on the run here. Say, look at this, guys. Blink is something's happening here. So Blink charging to supply electric vehicle chargers to GM car dealers. That news just hit at 9:15, and that's for BLNK. Here's your news. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. That's what I really use for my news source. The next high looking left on that monthly chart was the high last month. 27.7, or this month is 27.79. So for instance, okay, the purple night. Are you getting data now? For this is what I'm sharing a lot of scans. So this is this scan that I share, my pre-market layout, or these two windows here. You should be getting data. Okay, yeah. So I always shut trade ideas off every day. Okay, and I start it in the morning. So it's good practice. I do see Nero, yeah, Nero right here, NURO up 18.5%. Yeah, 41,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers to short. As we were saying, rubber toe, sometimes these are not available. Yikes, AMC drifting down now. Let's see how well this holds under 20, guys. I mean, this is not that long ago, $74 stock. Yeah, so you won't have to do that the purple night. I'm going to show you, what time is it right now? 9:18. Okay, a couple things you can do. I have 3 monitors, all right? So if you can hear me, hopefully you can hear me. You can see what I'm going to do. This will save you a lot of grief. Take your toolbar, okay? Take your toolbar and put it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as, say, your main monitor, okay? Arrange all of your trade ideas windows on that monitor, and also all your trade ideas windows on all your other 4 monitors. Okay? Put them exactly where you want them to be. Once you do that, then go into our toolbar, click on Tools, and then click on Options, and then Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts. Then you see where it says Loading Layouts, Open relative to main window. If you check that and then save it, and then when you save your work, when you exit trade ideas, do a save again, because this, in order to make sure this save is changed. When you load trade ideas next, all your windows will be where you want them to be. Okay? Yeah, big, before we had that, yeah, it was a real pain. You have to rearrange windows manually. And we've had that for years, but I mean, before it was an option. Yeah, it was a bit of a pain when you had multiple monitors. All right, so what is the news on Nero? Pre-market key FDA designation for Quell. Is this another? This is Luxembourg. Okay. MT is getting hit also here, guys. So this is really the start of earnings season, guys. We've got, when is Goldman Sachs releasing? I know we had some of the big banks on Friday, but we've got a lot more starting, well, pre-market. In fact, pre-market. So Goldman obviously released. So just like last week with most of the banks, JP Morgan took a big hit. So there's Goldman, GS, down. Let's see, Morgan Stanley, when are they releasing? Yeah, so they released also. So the banks are getting hit a bit here. So with that in mind, let's take a look at, I'm sure the financials are going to be down. Most the major sectors are going to be down. I'm going to take a look at those major sectors right now. Loading from our toolbar. I'm going to click on sector status. Probably energy. Energy is probably strong. Yeah, so energy is strong, but look at everything else. So again, we're in for a very weak open here, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLK, that is the major ETF for technology. These are the stocks that make up XLK. Only 4% of them are up from Friday's close. Okay, whereas you look at energy, 95% of them are up from Friday's close. But check every other sector. All the sectors are getting hit. Now, this can all change in about an hour from now. We'll take a look at it about an hour from now. But right now, the only good sector, good in that if you want to go long something, right now is energy. So unless you're going to get into a stock that is truly trading on its own, doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing, doesn't care what its sector is doing, maybe obviously like an ATV, but that's a special case, or EA. Okay, they don't care what the market's doing. The $95 is the one that's been bandied around for ATVI, I think. And it's an all-cash deal valued at $68 billion. It's an all-cash deal. Now, I cannot take credit for this. I'm not a gamer. Don't know that much about gaming stocks, etc. But I guess ATVI, of course, they supply all the state. Now, would Microsoft then, for instance, would this seriously or somewhat impact Sony? Would Microsoft say, hey, you know what, we're not going to allow Sony to use ATVI's games? Boy, I'm not a gamer. As an example. Give me a moment here. Well, one of the reasons is, the deal is not closed. Okay, they want to buy them, yes, but maybe it still is not officially closed. So I'm asking, why isn't it right at $95 now? Meanwhile, guys, crypto, I'm hearing Mara and Riot. When I'm saying hearing, these are gapping down. Mara and Riot. Boy, talk about a short from 78 down to 19. And Mara's probably even more significant. Mara, yeah, 85 to 27. Yeah, I don't think, listen, there's always risk in anything. Maybe the government gets involved saying, there's always risk until it's done. It's not that Microsoft would pull out voluntarily. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. right, guys, I'm back. So you Bitcoiners out there, what's Bitcoin now? Must be under 40. Got to be under 40. Oh, really? I thought it would be under 40 by now. Yeah, DWAC, guys. Obviously, I mean, DWAC. What's that launch supposed to be? It's supposed to be on Valentine's Day or the 17th or 18th, something like that. Yeah, we have a minute to the excuse me, to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. The market's going to open pretty big gap down. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And we're now open. All right, there's the DWAC, DWAC, taking out, why do I have that as an alert? Maybe taking out the pre-market high. Yeah, the all-time, well, not the all-time high. Of course, that got up to 160 or so. So I'm going to stick an alert. Ooh, it looks like it's going to take it out. 74.47 was the high. There it goes. But again, guys, it's early. All right, just looking at skills here. Wow, look at this. I mean, just, man. Hopefully nobody got nailed on this one. SKLSZ, wow. Completely and utterly gave it up. Look at this, got up to what, 640? Whoa, DraftKings. So DKNG now showed up early. You know, I don't like them taking this early. So let's keep an eye on DraftKings. Wow, DKNG. Not quite an all-time low. Well, there's AMC. Boy, another one. PLTR, guys. Another memer. PLTR. Absolutely devastated. I mean, this was a $45 stock. When was that? That was, well, a year ago. But a year ago. $45 stock. 15 now. Whoa, look at AMC, guys. AMC accelerating a move down. And LCID on the way down. And it's early. Well, here's another disaster IPO, OTLY. OTLY. And we have a halt. We have our first halted, well, ATVI, of course, got halted pre-market for news. This is a volatility halt. IMRN just got halted. IMRN just got halted. It's a low float, 4.5 million in the float. Of course, this was super active. This would have been Wednesday. And then Thursday, Friday fell. Oh, look at Peloton. Nothing is safe right now. Probably energy stocks are not bad, but man, oh man, nothing is really safe right now. Neuro, though, look at Neuro. Neuro making a new high. Coming into the 200-day moving average. 718 is the 200-day. Neuro just got halted. Wow, look at wow, AMC, guys, AMC. And boy, if GME gives up 100 today. Whew. AMC accelerating its move down. There's really no, I mean, you look at a chart for AMC. Look at this monthly chart. I mean, the next low is way down here, around $10 away. Whoa, it is really accelerating now. Really accelerating on its way down, AMC. All right, so we've got some of these in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now this is a lifetime low, and it's not shortable. Son of a gun. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, CELU. Not shortable for me. Had a kind of a crazy morning. Got all the way up to 675, and we can believe that. Robin Hood. Look at this one. Boy, they're all collapsing, guys. All the memers. Well, I don't know if this is truly a memer, but Robin Hood collapsing also. The only one, yeah, DWAC's holding. DWAC. Yeah, we had a big gap down to begin with, and now that first opening 15-minute candle is also red. Uber, I mean, these are just everything is being hit. Doesn't matter the industry. Other than energy. There's BZ. Let's see, BZ. What do we got here? BZ is shortable for me, okay. And all-time low, okay. So what I'm going to do now, the alert was at 2506. It popped up. So I'm going to put an alert down here. Around 25, well, right at the alert price. Boy, guys, again, it's early, but in the cruisers, remember when the cruisers looked, reasonable for a while? Cruisers are moving down now too, CCL. Boy, AMC, once it could not hold that 20. I am RN just opened, guys. I am RN just opened. The high on Thursday. Sorry, that's Wednesday's high. It was 406, so it's right about there. Snap another. Well, I mean, the list just keeps getting bigger and bigger. All these stocks that are moving down. Snap. Peloton, space, SPCE, space, PTON. Yeah, BBIG though, I mean, it's been whippy, but it is challenging 5 again. It's been whippy though. Got down to 450, right back up to 50-cent pop, back up to almost 5. And there it is, 5. Yeah, just pumping. It's just pumping the heck out of this thing all over the internet. Boy, Riot, Hood. Yeah, if you won't short, then you better just sit on your hands for a while, guys, because this is a bit of a shorter's paradise right now. All right, what is DKNG doing? 2241. That was the alert. I'm going to stick an alert around 2228. See if it takes that out a little bit later. See if there's any news on this one, IMRN. I mean, I guess they must have had the news on Tuesday. Can't remember what it was. I'm sorry, Wednesday. That would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, DWAC, I mean, listen, it is on a mission. DWAC is on a mission. DWAC, definitely on a mission. Took out that high now of Thursday. Lots of volume coming in. This is not following along at all, guys. This used to kind of piggyback a little bit, but not following at all. CFVI, following the DWAC. Let's see if FUN is, PHUN. Yes. So at least this one is. The other one is not, but FUN is. Look at the volume coming in. PHUN. Okay, so some of these that were really dropping, like the Pelotons and probably the Riots and Maras, a lot of them are having a little bit of a pop, almost tracking the SPY. Look at the big bottoming tail for the SPY. You can just see this big bottoming tail right here on the 15-minute chart. So a lot of charts are starting to look like this, which makes sense. Yeah, this is a long halt for Nero. 9:34, what time is it now? Yeah, well, if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, it's going to open in less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There it is. So it just opened. And it gapped up to 725. So there is, I mean, at least there was some news. What do you think is, you know, if this makes sense that it's popped like it is, but at least there is some news. Sometimes we see these moves and we don't see any news. But I guess they received FDA breakthrough device designation. Remember KBH released earnings on Wednesday? Big pop here. It's starting to give it up too, KBH. All right, so here is an energy play, obviously. Occidental Petroleum, OXY. So, I mean, this is pretty strong, you know, with energy. So let's take a look left. What do we see? 35.75. I'm just looking left on the monthly chart. 35.35, 35.75. You can kind of see. Yeah, I mean, if it can get through this 35 level, you look left on the monthly, and the next highs are way up here around 43. So, I mean, energy is, you know, for sure the strong sector. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going. Wow, KBH just getting clobbered. Yeah, just like last week, FCX had a big day. Let's go. Last week, or big day, a big week, sorry. Last week had a big week, a pullback, but it is challenging those highs of last week. FCX. All right, well, the first 15 minutes in the books now. So we had the bottoming tail on the opening 15-minute SPY. Buyers tried, but the sellers look like they're still in charge right now. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, so there's the Neuro, N-U-R-O. So it had the big pop up to 740, pulling back to 7 a little bit. You can just see the 200-day moving average. It sort of stalled it. Not quite, though. I mean, it did pop through 744, came right back down through it. There's Unilever, UL. News on that one. The unsolicited bid for a portion of GSK's business. And I guess shareholders are saying, well, we don't want you to get them. GSK actually, I think, moved higher. GSK was higher this morning. Yeah, so this was higher, GSK. They're saying, hey, that unsolicited bid is not high enough. Oxy kept moving, guys. OXY. Again, energy is the play. Doesn't mean, every single energy stock is going to do this, but energy is the play right now. Okay, so Dimitri, there's only two options here. If you right-click on a chart, go to Properties, okay? Right-click on the chart, go to Properties, and then symbol linking, okay? Either checked or unchecked. So when it's checked, that's why all these, when I click on a symbol or an alert, that's why these all change. That's what the SPY is unchecked. All right, what is BZ doing? 2506. Yeah, so it popped. DraftKings 2241. It's getting closer again to that that alert. Well, 2 stars, guys. FCX. FCX looks a lot like OXY. All right, so just left click on a chart. Typically, if you just left click on a chart, okay, Dimitri, left click on the chart and then just start typing. The change symbol box should show up, and then you can either click on change or hit enter on your keyboard and it'll change the symbol. Okay, so left clicking on a chart to start and then just start typing. This box should show up. Now, if for some reason when you left click on a chart and then start typing, the box doesn't show up, hit the space bar in your keyboard and then the change symbol box should show up. Okay, FTCI, what are you doing? All-time low. I'm just trying to, FTCI guys, okay. So FTCI, these are kind of the ones I really try to focus on because it's a lifetime low also. Not just a 10-day daily breakdown, but it's also a lifetime low. I'm not telling you guys to take the trade, but Yeah, this Unilever is just getting hammered here on that news that they want to take a part of GSK's business. Yes, a little slowness in IB and loading. Just give me a moment here. Here's another one, guys. Sono. This was getting hammered. Of course, a lot of stocks were getting hammered last week, but this is continuing down now. SONO, Sono. The next low looking left, 25.55, right over here. Yeah, this is what I was trying to load here. Unilever plummets as investors react to its bid for GSK's consumer unit. All right, here's another one showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, STKL. And this is not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows, but what's the next low looking left is 438. Is that correct? 438 on the monthly chart. Meanwhile, GSK stock reacting to the news, basically saying, and they also, they'd have other news, since its ongoing collaboration with 23andMe, etc., but KBH still being clobbered here. KBH still being clobbered. I mean, guys, if this takes out that low of Thursday, which was the day it released earnings, 46.01. I mean, look below. I mean, there's the 200-day way down here at 40. What is it? 43. Come on down, FTCI. A lot of shorts available too at Interactive Brokers. You want to short the SPY? SPXU. You don't short this, you buy this if you're shorting the SPY. One of them. Look at the SPY. Wow. What are we down now? So 560. So nothing is safe, guys. I mean, tech is down, Dow's down, SPY's down. Nothing is safe other than maybe an energy play. In fact, let me just for fun, just take a look at, go to the doc channel bar and go to our sector status. And what do we see for energies? It's still, yeah, I mean, it's still 90%. But look at this, everything else is red. Of course, the financials just being clobbered. I mean, JP Morgan started it last week, but GS and MS and this releasing earnings today before the market. Well, Blink had the nice pop in the pre-market, and it got all the way up here. There's on news that their GM is to supply EV chargers to GM dealerships across North America. Okay, and Canada. How much the deal is worth? No idea, of course, but that was the news for BLNK this morning before the market opened. All right, so RRD, this looks like this was supposed to be a buyout or something. I mean, the way it's trading on that daily chart, all of a sudden, is there a buyout that was supposed to happen, and now it's not? Just the way it looks on this daily chart. Now the big drop here, RRD. So it was a buyout. Okay, thank you, William. So maybe the buyout's not going to happen, or yeah, GPS. I forgot to keep watching GPS on that. Morgan Stanley downgrade. They are downgrading it with a price target of 14 for GPS. STKL continues to move down here, guys. Not in this one. Waiting to see if this FTCI really collapses here. Whoa, look at MYNZ. Wow. So this is, I know it's on your topping tail chart or scan, Zach. Man, not shortable for me. I thought it was. I thought there were some shorts available. Maybe they just got snapped up. Don't see any news on it. Obviously had some news a few days ago that popped it. I think this is is it a virus play? Okay, here's another bank, regional bank, I guess, released earnings before the market opened, and interesting action. Got all the way up to 21, underneath 20 now. Here's another earnings, another energy stock, guys. APA. All right, APA keeps moving a little bit higher here. APA. All right, now this one has been all over the place. BBIG. It's challenging 5 again. BBIG. and well, the challenge was met and passed so far. Remember, this got down to 460, pretty big pullback on a percentage basis, but on the move now, on the move now. And again, the next high looking left on that monthly chart is 529. And that's for the BBIG. And it just got halted. I'm just going to say this is going to get halted. It just got halted. BBIG just got halted. Boy, UL just getting inching its way down, guys. Just inching its way down. This is another flyer, guys. FLNG from last week got all the way up to 26. Now this FLNG weakening like most stocks. Well, the FTCI guys, disappointed me here. I could have had a little scalp in it, but I wanted more. So I've actually taken myself out of the trade for a little loss, FTCI. I'm going to put an alert for later on. And see if it takes it out again. Jerry, he asked me a question. So I'm in the YouTube room. Give me a moment, or when I have a second, can you tell me how to short? Well, in a nutshell, if I wanted to short UL right now, okay, basically I don't know who your broker is, but typically you're going to have like for interactive brokers, you just click the sell button and then you're into a short. It's that simple. Your broker has to have shorts available. It's possible that your broker, depends on your broker. I'm just not talking UL specifically, but when you want to short a stock, your broker has to have shorts available. That's the only caveat. Otherwise, you just click the sell button. But listen, you have to talk to your broker first, okay? I'm just telling you in general what shorting is all about. You know, when you short something, you just hope it goes down in price, and then at a lower price, you cover it or buy it, and it's just the reverse of going long a stock. You know, obviously when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up, and you sell it at a higher price. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down, and you buy it at a lower price. That's sort of the basis behind it, okay? DWAC has been pretty strong the whole time. I had a couple little pullbacks, but nothing major. DWAC. All right, now look at the market here, guys. So we've got some bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart, you can see what's happened here. So we had, of course, the market was already gapped down quite a bit. He's moved down further. Bottoming tail right there. Let me bring up a big SPY chart just to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so the sellers had it down to that right there. Buyers closed it here. Sellers knocked it down. See that bottoming tail right there? Buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again. The buyers are now somewhat in control. Okay? All these bottoming tails. Remember, the sellers had it knocked down to this price. So now, some of the bounce plays may work. So BBIG just opened. Yeah, GPS bounced. Shoot, I was hoping this one would continue down. GPS. Downgraded this morning. Morgan Stanley downgrades him to $14. GPS. Well, that's why we have stops. Well, that's why I have stops, guys. Didn't want to get stubborn about the FTCI. You know, I had a little gain in it. I mean, it got down to 445. I was in at 458 on the short, looking for a lot more. Basically, got taken out almost flat. Yeah, we're starting to get some bounces now. You can just see them, and they're following the SPY pretty closely. Look at Nordstrom's, JWN, Nordstrom's. You know, kind of following the SPY. All right, so I'll talk a little bit about this AI alert for Hain, the short, okay? So if you took this one, just be aware the next low looking left on the monthly chart, it's a few months ago, 4 months ago, is 37. So if you took this short, you know, just be aware of that. But it's been a pretty decent play so far. 38.54 on the alert. So it's $1 down from the alert. You had a lot of chance to get in because look at that 5-minute chart. I'm sorry. Yeah, look at that 5-minute chart right there. So it actually popped up to 38.64. So you didn't have to get in right at the very second of the alert. I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit, but not an earnings play either. It's not an earnings play. Yeah, SRGA. A little flurry of excitement early on before the market opened, got over $1, FDA clearance, but yeah, it didn't last. Too big a float, 117 million for a $1 stock. It's gonna, you know, this is too big. Wow, FAZ. I used to long time ago. I used to FAS and FAZ, the two. So this is the ETF for financials. You want to short the financials, so you could buy this one long. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that's the theory behind it. Yeah, I did see this one in the pre-market. It had a little pop here, CRDL. I don't think the volume was that stellar, but picking up CRDL. I didn't see any news for it, CRDL. The next high looking, well, this month the high was 234. So it's almost there. What was the high last month? 226. You can kind of see if it can get through this 234. The next high looking left on the monthly is 382. Again, I'm not ever saying it's going to get here, but that's what you kind of look at. On the weekly though, 243 and 263. So there are little areas for it to get through. All right, guys. Hey, if you took this one from the AI, getting closer maybe to a support area. So just be aware of that. I think it takes out 37. Look out below. I mean, there's really nothing holding it. Yeah, Freeport continues its strong move here. FCX continues its strong move. Man, I mean, it's almost an all-time high. I don't know when that would have been. I have to back out the monthly chart. Probably have to go back years and years. Yeah, I mean, I'm back to, there we are. I mean, I'm back to 2011 before we see these highs. So Freeport, FCX. Boy, I remember when this was, well, I do remember when this was a $7 stock and sinking badly a couple of years ago. What a run. Another resource stock, energy stock, TRQ, kind of a cheaper one. All right, so we've had some, we've had some definitely some pops off the bottom. I mean, which makes sense. However, look at the market, guys. We've got these topping tails now. This is getting, I mean, if this turns red, what time is it? 10:19. Another 11 minutes for this candle to close. So if this turns red, that little bounce might be very short-lived. I mean, Unilever is just It's been probably the steadiest one today, Unilever, UL. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just been, inching its way down. No huge, no huge red candles or green candles. Just kind of inching its way down and down and down. Unilever, UL. Yeah, the BBIG holding 5. Hey guys, if you again, the Hain approaching 37 now. That's a big area for it to try to take out. If it takes that out, then the next low is around 35, a little over 35. So this has been a nice play from the AI so far. All right, first of all, well, what time is it? 10:21. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Obviously, yesterday was a market holiday, but Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. We still have a promotion on. This is probably the last day for it. MLK promotion. Give me one moment as I get my links in. All right, so you want to take advantage of a 20% off. Click on my link right there. Go to Barry's homepage. That's what it says. My tab is here all day long, of course. There's that link. Click on the link. And this is what you'll see. So how much is Trade Ideas? So right now, with that 20% off, you click on Get Trade Ideas. Use that promo code, MLK20. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Premium annual, $22.68 a year, minus that 20%. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus that 20%. I think that's about, I don't know, $5 a day, maybe $2.25 a day with that 20%. You do not have to take on an annual subscription. In fact, if you don't know this program, do not. Okay, you can try us out for a month. 118-228, you can apply that 20% discount to the first month only, all right? So if you maintain a monthly, this is what you'll pay going forward. If within 30 days, though, you decide, I really love this, and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 20% promo, okay? There are 3 free sections on my homepage. The Trade of the Week is sent to you, I guess it came out yesterday. I think was it Southwest or Love, something like that. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I guess it was sent out yesterday. Obviously, the market wasn't open. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and we have a lot of education right here. Most of it, of course, geared specifically to Trade Ideas. We have a big user guide. If you're new to Trade Ideas, this is what I would do. I would take the 20 introductory lessons, goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list, creating top lists, alert windows, creating them. Goes down to all the way down to the AI, nicknamed Holly, and also to Brokerage Plus, this window you see here. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. So it should be Michael Noss in our YouTube in the YouTube room. I take a break at about noon, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Since it's Tuesday, it should be Michael. Michael, if you have questions about using Brokerage Plus or back testing your strategies, he's way more versed in all that than I am. So you can save those questions up for noon. Say Michael will be there. I'll confirm that. I'll put the link into YouTube before I do take my break. And daily webinars. So I think we're on our Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. So it should be a webinar tomorrow. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And Michael Noss, he put together this video series. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? Last but not least, my scans that I am sharing right here. Okay, so obviously you have to be a subscriber. So I don't share my layout. You can pick and choose what scans you want. Just to give you an idea, this is what I use in the pre-market. Mainly these two, the pre-market actives up and down. I do have the gap up and down shared also. These give me real-time alerts. These are top lists. I really focus on these two. I've been using these two probably for about 8 to 10 years with very, very minor tweaks. So anyway, here are all the scans that I am sharing. So a lot of information in these two sections. Save my link, then you can take a look at this anytime you want. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Sorry, we scan the US stock market, and doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? Now, previously, I was showing you how you can use my scans, how I share all my scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. So this is an example of a scan, the 10-day daily breakout. Take a look at it, configure, right-click on the alert window, configure. This is what it's looking for. So stocks between 2 and 35, current volumes at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, 500,000 shares minimum, etc. What I'm trying to show you here is just the concept. When you build your own scan, you always start off with some filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. In this particular case, my trigger is a new high for the day. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here, okay? Now, the good news is that you do not have to learn programming language. I right-click again and click on Configure, and then I click on Search. Here are all of the alerts that we have. And when it gets to these icons, these are the filters that we have. Again, listen carefully. You do not have to learn every alert and filter. We've created a lot of them. We have thousands of customers, different trading styles. We feel we've got enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Of course, you don't have to learn them all. Okay, very important. People look at this and go, my gosh, how am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. You know, you might want to go through them and just check to see what they're about, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay, I don't understand the question. Can MT4 trade here too? I don't know that. I don't know what you mean by that. Is that a brokerage platform? I have no idea what you mean by that. Minash? Another one that's weakening, AXTA, guys, AXTA. Right at that 200-day moving average. Boy, that's an interesting level for it to be. 3120 is a 200-day moving average, and it's literally sitting on it. Whoa, DWAC through 80 now. Oh, man. All right, now I went over the scans that I'm sharing. I showed you how, you have the capability of creating your own scans, of course. However, we have a lot of other scans that we're sharing. From our toolbar, if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, you will see we have a lot of themed-based channels here, okay? So for instance, probably not too many today, but if I click on the Momentum channel as an example, MT4, well, okay, well, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. I'm going to get into what B Plus is all about, but understand, it doesn't matter, we're a scanner first and foremost. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So this is an example of a scan from the momentum section, okay, or a momentum channel. So all you have to do is you just right click, configure, and you'll see what it's looking for. This is what it's looking for. If you liked it the way it is, you could save it to the cloud. Why? I'll explain why I'm telling you why you can save these things to the cloud. You can of course make a change. If you don't like this price range, you maybe, and plus with my scans, if you don't like the price range or something else about it, you can always make a change. If I wanted to change this to 10 and 100, and do so. Say OK. See how it's changed to 10 and 100. I can say OK. So if that's what I wanted, I could then save this to the cloud. And the whole idea now is that you can go through the different channels and maybe start extracting scans that we've created to the cloud. And then you can bring them back one by one, and thereby creating your own layout without having to know how to create like a scan in the first place. So we try to make it very, very easy for you. Not really. The FTCI, not really. For the short, I mean, I've got it thumbnailed, so if it does something crazy, maybe, but there's GPS now. GPS, okay, with that downgrade from Morgan Stanley with a price target of 14. So this window here, first, let me just go over the AI. If you have our premium service, then if you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, that's the only window. Just don't worry about anything else. Don't complicate it. Remember, I've been talking about the Hain. So now I notice that it is through, it's sitting at 37 right now. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do, okay? You get an entry, you have a stop. As I say all the time, you don't have to get in right at the entry. I never take a trade unless I take a look at the, be it from my scans or from the AI. I always want to take a look at the charts just to see what's happening. And, there's no mad rush generally to take a trade. So again, you have an alert, you have a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. This was obviously a pretty nice looking one because it had a lot of room underneath. And there's the Hain. There's the AXTA. We just talked about the AXTA. Well, there's nothing stopping DWAC now, guys. DWAC, I mean, this has just been on a mission here. The volume is, it's tailed off a little bit, but not a lot. So now let me talk about this window that you see is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, this is this big blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. And I'm going to put a link in. All right, so I put in a link called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos in this link. The first video, or the short video, shows you if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, how you can use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. Okay? But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. It's an option. It's a feature. You know, that's what it is. But it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas if you don't have IB or E-Trade. Okay? So maybe that answers your question, Manash. I can MT4 trade here. It's got no bearing on who your broker is. I mean, we're a scanner. That's what we do. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It's just that this window here is it's a feature that if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use it from within Trade Ideas to trade. That's all it means. Now the second video in that link I put in, a lot longer, shows you how, about 26-minute long video, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window to trade your IB or E-Trade account, or, and this is the big one, how you can use it like a simulator. Okay? Using it as a simulator or paper trader, and I can't stress this enough, before you start trading, you should practice trading. Okay? Do not try to trade your account before you practice trading. And our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. You know, if you want to, you know, if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. All you need is our standard service. And then, you know, you'll see here that when you click on an alert, the symbol shows up, you pick how many shares you want to trade, etc. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. LVS and the casinos were very strong on Friday with that news out of Macau, and they're still strong. I mean, the casinos are still strong. I'm sure if I look at MGM, I'm sure it'll be up, and I'm wrong. So LVS is kind of trading on its own, okay, as a casino. So this so far, the 200-day moving average is holding up AXTA. Now LABU, that had a heck of a day on Friday. I mean, this is one that has been, of course, this is the bio ETF, you know, and it's just been sinking. But what a day it had on Friday. It had this, and then look at the rally it had at the end of the day. Not at the end of the day, well, in the afternoon, from 1:30 right to the end. Huge rally. All right, guys. GPS underneath 17. Price target of 14 stuck on it this morning by Morgan Stanley. The next low looking left is 1669. You got maybe some support around 16, but this looks definitely weak, weakening. As to be expected, nothing from my option scanner. On the upside, I'm surprised nothing on the downside, but this just got halted or just got opened. So TKLF looks like this is well, I mean it looks like an IPO, but I don't see it being listed as an IPO. Okay, I'm watching the BBIG. You see how well it holds this 5 level. Well, Sono now underneath 27. Now, what was that next low looking left? 25.55 on the monthly chart. So it still has some room on the monthly chart to keep drifting down if it wants to, breaking down underneath that whole number of 27. Boy, bios are just getting beaten up. Just getting beaten up again. All right, so somebody asked me in our YouTube room about shorting. Okay, so I don't have GPS. Just looking here, I don't see it as a click. Oh, here it is, clickable right there. Okay, so I mean, this is how you would do it. The mechanics of doing it. Okay. You know, you click the sell. Now this is in our Brokerage Plus. You know, your broker. You know, I can't tell you how your broker is going to handle it, but you know, in this case, you click sell. You pick how many shares you want to get in at. I don't think I'm connected. Something is wrong here. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment here. I want to see if this is... Because the bid ask isn't right. This should be real-time bid ask. Well, anyway, let me just... I'm going to click the sell button, send it, see what happens here. Again, this is in the simulator, so... All right, so it took the short at 16.98. So what I would want to happen is for this to drop in price. This is in the simulator, okay? So I would want this to drop and as opposed to moving higher. If you buy a stock, of course, you want it to go higher and then sell it higher, right? In this case, I want it to drop in price, and when I want to get out of the trade, I click the buy button. It's just the reverse. The only thing is, you just have to, your broker has to have shorts available. And I can't tell you, like, I know how to find, if shorts are available in Interactive Brokers, it's really simple to see whether or not there are shorts available and how many. Your broker, outside of IB, I can't tell you how that would work, but now here's another one on the way down here, guys. AGL, another healthcare stock, basically an all-time low. Not basically, this is an all-time low now for AGL. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for that one. 3 million shorts available for that one, AGL. Meanwhile, Blink continues its strong day, guys. BLNK, I mean, I know it pulled back from the pre-market high, but the deal with General Motors, GM dealerships, installing their charging stations, I mean, that seems to be pretty big. All across Canada and North America. Now, as always, when you get into a trade, I didn't go over this in any great detail, but as always, when you take a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, all right? You have to have good, strong money management. That's why we say practice trading first. Not every trade is going to work. So in this case, I'm going to put a stop in. Now again, before you get into a trade, you have to know, of course, where your stop is. Your stop being the price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, okay? Give me a moment, please. All right, so I'm going to actually put a stop in at 1748. I'm going to explain why I'm putting it in at 1748. And you'll see on the chart, should be a red line will appear. Right up here, you see 1748, and you see it says minus 100. So what does that mean? That means if excuse me, GPS gets up to 1748, it'll take me out of the trade for a $100 loss. Now, how did it get that 100? Well, a couple of things. I took 200 shares, right? All right. I took I took 200 shares. Now, again, you would know this going into the trade, how many shares you're going to take, because when you start trading, it's if you get the concept that you have to have a stop, like a price you're going to get out of the trade. Well, that also is going to share size you. It's also, and by share sizing you, it's also going to basically say, okay, if I get into this trade, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? Now, how much you're willing to lose per trade if it doesn't work is going to be based on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating it by risking $100 a trade. So before I would take this trade, what I would be doing, I'd be saying, okay, I get in at 16.98. I put my stop at 17.48, which happens to be 50 cents away. It's not because every stop is 50 cents away. It's just that I wanted to make this math easy. So I would take 200 shares, because if I lose on the trade, 200 shares times 50 cents equals $100, okay? So a couple of concepts, again, placing your stop, and that's only going to come up with practice. I mean, you might say, okay, great, I get the concept, but how am I going to know where to place a stop? Well, how I do it is I typically size up a chart, probably no less than a 5-minute chart. I kind of check to see where I think there is a support area if I'm going long, so that if it broke down through it, I should be out of the trade. Some might take the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle. You know, this is why you have to practice. You have to get comfortable with how you're going to place a stop. The other thing I will say is that you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. Okay, you should have some kind of a checklist that unless you can check every box, you should not take the trade. Most of the things that I would normally have to check are already covered in my scans. In other words, I know I'm never going to see a stock that's outside of the range I want to trade. It's always going to have at least the minimum volume that I would want to look at, the minimum relative volume, things like that. So most of the things are already covered, you know, in the scans that I create. After that, when I click on an alert, you know, then I'm looking for a pattern. I'm looking, because most of my trades are near the high or the low of the day, I'm looking to see how much room does the stock have if it wants to keep going, say on a daily or a monthly chart, weekly chart, before it hits the next high. So I'm sort of sizing those up pretty quickly. So that's what I go through, you know, when I'm make a decision on whether I'm going to take a trade. If I can't check everything, I don't take the trade. Now, just because everything I check works out, or I've been able to check everything, it still doesn't mean the trade's going to work. Look at the FTCI. I loved it. FTCI, you know, new all-time low. Didn't work. I mean, it worked. It would have worked if I was prepared to make 10 or 15 cents on the trade, but I wanted to make more. Okay, so you know, I turned around and I took myself out of the trade. But I was able to check every box, especially the fact that it was an all-time low. So guys, I mean, you know, what I'm really trying to hammer home here also, trading is not easy. You've got to practice. You know, we're a scanner. You know, you can create a scan to give you some pretty good ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. All right? But just because you get an idea, something hits your scan, doesn't necessarily mean you just hop into the trade. Now, Hain has been a sensational one from the AI. You know, obviously, I mean, look at this. You had the alert at 38.52. It's almost dropped $3. My only warning was keep an eye on it at 37 to see if that 37 was going to hold it. Obviously, it did not hold it. So Hain, you know, I mean, this is a 7% move, 7.5% move. So, you know, you focus on the ones that are really working with the AI as opposed to the ones that are, you know, either doing really nothing, you know, that are kind of what I would call kind of boring. Focus on the ones that are really moving and use it like a watch list. All right, guys, just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. You know, the GPS is still interesting. I haven't taken it in my live account, but it's still kind of interesting. See if it holds underneath 17 and starts to drift down from there. Just one moment, please. Is there any news on this one? Okay, yeah, there is news. Yeah, so this is even though they release on February the 3rd, but they're sort of warning everybody. They expect Q2 sales to be down 1 to 3% compared to the previous year. So that is the reason for the weakness for Hain, Hain. At least they did it on market open. I mean, some of these companies do that pre-market, so you can't, you know, if you're in this trade here, you wouldn't have. I mean, typically, I never ever like to hold a trade through earnings. In essence, this is an earnings play right now. In essence. Yeah, so Ram, I'm not a big back tester at all. Okay, I haven't back tested or created a strategy for years and years and years. However, this is what I would do. What time is it now? If you can hang on for an hour, Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room at noon. He does a lot more back testing than I do. But you know, back testing is trial and error. I mean, there's no magic bullet that, oh, you just use these filters and this is going to increase it, okay? I mean, backtesting is a tedious process. You know, a lot of trial and error. So, but if you can hang on for an hour, and you might ask him. Okay, I just don't backtest anymore. I literally haven't backtested for probably 10 years. So sorry, I really can't help you. But if you can stick around, for an hour, well, the only indicator I really, well, when you say use, the only indicator I really pay attention to is the 200-day moving average, DULA. I don't incorporate it in any of my scans, but it's the only indicator that I really pay attention to. But that's just me, listen, I'm aware of the VWAP, I know where it is, but I'm not a big indicator guy. So none of these are strategies, okay? These are ideas, all right? So, I mean, I'm just looking, for the BBIG as an example. It's an idea, okay, to get this at 519. Would it have worked from there? Yeah, I mean, it got up to 557. This is just a 10-day daily breakout, okay, as an example. This is a 10-day daily breakdown with, other filters involved, but I'm sharing everything. All you have to do is you go to my homepage, you want to take a look at any one of my scans, then you right click, configure, summary. It'll show you exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, so this is my price range in this filter. My current, I'm a big relative volume guy. I want to see things that are really trading abnormally. But as far as technical indicators are concerned, I don't use any. Not in my scans. And that doesn't mean that you or anybody else shouldn't. It's just, what I'm comfortable with doing. But all you have to do, you can take a look at any one of my scans that I'm sharing and right click on it and then click on the summary and you'll see exactly what it's looking for. But remember, I am a momentum trader. So I like to see things near the high or the low of the day if I'm going to short. That's not necessarily what everybody else wants to do. A lot of people like to play pullbacks, and that's great. I'd love to be able to. The reason I don't play pullbacks as much is because I just try to concentrate on momentum for me. There's enough momentum ideas for me that I don't want to get tugged in all sorts of different directions with all different types of setups. Does that mean I'll never play a pullback? No. If somebody mentions something in the room and they say, hey guys, you should look at this, and I look at it and go, okay, I can see that could be interesting. As a pull, I don't mean UL necessarily, but I can kind of see what they're looking at. But I'm not scanning for pullbacks as such. And again, for those of you who do want to take a look at my scans, you just have to go to my homepage. And when you click on my link, here are my scans that I'm sharing. And you can always adjust them. I mean, the price range. I mean, I don't typically look at stocks over $30. That doesn't mean that's what anybody else has to do. All right. It's just that's what I'm comfortable trading. But there's nothing wrong with trading $200, $300, $400 stocks if that's what you want to do. So you can always adjust my scans to create a different price range, a different maybe a minimum volume requirement. You can always adjust them. So Zach is talking about Vero, Vero. Yeah, it wasn't halted. There's a 200-day moving average. So, that is something I am totally aware of. The 200-day moving average. I always find, it's, even if you're not a technical indicator guy, this is probably the single technical indicator that is universally followed. Yeah, well, we don't know if it's going to pull. I'm just going to, again, delete all of the very promotional BBIG alerts or messages in our YouTube room. I mean, UL, I mentioned this before, and I know Shady's been on this, and maybe Zach too, but I mean, this has been, and look at Hain. My goodness, it's even showing now in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's an awesome alert from the AI guys. I mean, the rest of them are just really done not too much, but, focus on the ones that are moving. I mean, you can alert 38.54, 34.78 now. And all because you might as well call this an earnings play. They've released, they basically warning on guidance. So as we get more heavily into earnings season, and this is the start of the big week, and then for about 3 to 4 weeks afterwards, we will get a lot. My guess is that we're going to see a lot of alerts coming from the AI based around earnings. Okay, that's what I think is probably going to happen. That typically happens every earnings season. So this is the bear ultra short S&P. So you want to go short the S&P. This is an ETF. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just pointing it out. At some point, Hain may bounce, but boy, I mean, right now, it's a bit of a guess where. I mean, look at this monthly chart now. So if you look left on the monthly chart, the next low is 30. 30.54, so $4 away. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Look at this weekly chart. It's broken through all of this now. Wow. No, I didn't look at this. I mean, this Hain is just disaster. I mean, 15%. It's not a low float, not a high float, 93 million. It's not crazy high or crazy low, but boy, oh boy, this is just, and look at the move. No green candle whatsoever on the 15 minute. A minor one here on the 5. My point is it's easy to stay in the trade. You know, when you don't get these wild gyrations, easier to stay in the trade. Nothing's easy, but it's easier to stay in the trade. I'm watching the BBIG guys. I'm just in sort of watching to see if this can hold this 5 level. Good morning, perfect. Look at it, MYNZ. MYNZ just took a big pop here, guys. MYNZ. Nice big pop. New high for the day. Think this is a virus play. I think they had the news on, it's about a week and a half ago or so. I'm going to take a look at Alcoa just for fun because, you know, Freeport was doing so well, FCX, but no. So they have earnings tomorrow after hours. Alcoa, AA. So AXTA did not, now see, this is not even close to an all-time low. And you look what it did, it kind of bounced off the 200-day. I mean, it got just a little bit below that 200-day. I'm talking about AXTA. It bounced off the 200-day moving average. So what I'm going to do is just stick another alert down here, see if later on in the day it takes out that 31.11 or so. See if we would get that. All right, Chris, sorry. Okay, I'm just going to give anybody in YouTube, if you post something about BBIG, you know, that seems to be way too promotional, I'm just going to delete the post, okay? How do you get Holly to match the trades in Brokerage Plus? Okay, are you talking about auto trading, which we don't recommend, Josh? Especially you're being a newbie. We don't recommend auto trading. So for instance, all you have to do is click on the their Hain right there, and it loads. Now you can trade it. Okay, in Brokerage Plus. We don't recommend auto trading. Does that make sense? I mean, if you really, really want to, you're going to have to click on Holly. You have to have the tab here. You have to turn all the strategies on. Don't recommend it though. Turn all the strategies on. What I would do is, you can always try it in the simulators just to get a feel for what would have happened if you actually, took all these trades in auto mode. And how to trade them on, you just turn them all on. You just highlight them, right click, and you enable the 13. So now they're all on. Now they would trade. Every time there was an AI alert, it would trade. But we do not recommend it. But you can always try in the simulator to see how it would work. Does all that make sense? If not, let me know. Also, if you want to hang on, Michael will be in our YouTube room at noon, and you can ask him more about this sort of stuff. But again, especially if you're new. Come on. Surprise. Now this one is not showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, even though obviously it is. The relative volume is too low. This has to be 8, However, doesn't mean that you can't trade it. I love the lifetime lows, of which we're seeing a ton of them. So Josh, did that make sense? First of all, did you hear me? What are my thoughts on AA? Oh, I have really no thoughts on it. And if you're asking me what I think the earnings are released, I have no idea. No idea. It's been relatively strong. It's a little weak today, but I if you're asking me whether I think it's going to pop on earnings, I have no idea. You've been talking about BBI. I haven't seen that one for a while. BBI used to be a reasonably popular one. Oh, Zach, what are you... Not Zach, sorry. Dak, what are you doing down here? I did not think you played these really crazy low ones. I'm just kidding you, of course. You can do what you want, but... All right, so the market has kind of flattened out a little bit here. You can just sort of see with a little glimmer of hope if you wanted to go long right here, but then the market moved down and now we're just kind of flattened out just a little bit. Okay, there's finally the bounce for Hain. That's a big bounce, 34 to 35. That was finally a big bounce for Hain, H-A-Y-N. Zach, did you take that AGL from your scan? I thought that looked really nice because it was an all-time low. I was surprised to see how many shares were available to short at Interactive Brokers. Oh, you're talking for bounces. I'm talking about your breaking down in volume. All right, guys, 11:22. I knew I should have taken that LABU short or the long ETF on that, long short ETF. LABD, yeah. I always forget about that one. None. Any plans to open TIA for European stocks? None. I'll just be as blunt as I'm not going to say, oh, maybe. No, none. Zero. So you BBIG followers, be careful on this one if it takes out 5. All right, guys. Again, if you're a BBIG follower, just be careful. It's taken out 5 now. All right, guys. I'm going to just make sure that it is Michael in our YouTube room. Yeah, just confirmed it will be Michael in our YouTube room. And that's at noon before I take my break. GME, man, I don't know. You know, it'll be fascinating if it takes out eight. Well, that too, 100. All right, guys. Keep an eye on LUMN, maybe. LUMN. It's been holding that 12 level fairly easily. You know, just kind of holding this level here. Big gap down on Thursday. Modest recovery on Friday. Can't remember really what happened. But, you know, if the market pops a little bit, you know, this might take it along with it a little bit. Oh, guys, I mean, Blink just made another new high. I mean, there's the pre-market high at 25.78. I mean, that is, that's a great press release. I don't know how much I can make from it. I have no idea. I don't think anybody knows yet. But I mean, to be able to put their charging stations in every single GM dealership across Canada and the United States, I mean, that sounds to me pretty significant. I have no position in this, but man, oh man, that's a pretty great press release. Again, how much they can make, who knows? AGL, guys, it's been a nice short. All-time lows, all-time lows. You gotta love it. Here's another one, all-time low, ABCL, all-time low. You know, you start thinking, and then like, who's gonna buy this? Like, why? And big float, that's okay. Here's another one, guy, showing up. Overstock. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Became a Bitcoin play in the day. Or a crypto play, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, there's ADT. You guys were just talking about ADT. Big volume coming in. ADT, big volume coming in. It's a big float. 119 million in the float. All right, so there's Zach is, yeah, I see that news too. This is what Zach is talking about right here. Oh, LABU. Tomorrow. If I see this one tomorrow, I short it. Oh yeah, look at this market now, guys. Look at this market now. I mean, putting in new lows again. So again, if you don't short, I guess you're just sitting on your hands because there are very, very few long opportunities. You get the odd one like a blink, which is, this is an alpha stock. But even blink, I mean, look at these bottoming tails. That would have whipped you out of trades probably, depending how many shares you took. And this was not straight up. You had to weather some downturns, some big ones. All right, so Josh, I don't know if you heard me. Asked about how to mimic the Holly trades within AB, within Brokerage Plus, sorry. Another stock almost at an all-time low. NNOX, basically an all-time low. NNOX. All right, GPS has not been super dynamic, but trying to break through, get underneath this area here. This could get it really rocking again underneath. I mean, it's down 7%, 7.5% on the Morgan Stanley downgrade to $14. Again, when you see these downgrades, doesn't mean it's going to get to 14 today or ever. All right, but It's always obviously put some downward pressure on GPS. They release in March, but they're basically, Morgan Stanley is saying, hey, we think they're going to be way under expectations. So I mean, this still has a chance, I mean, to keep moving down the Hain. I mean, if it takes out that low right there, 34.45, the low of that 15-minute candle, I mean, this could still keep moving down. Another one that's MYNZ. This has been a star on the long side, one of the few. All-time high, of course. Meanwhile, I don't think you said you're out of your KBH short. Give me a moment. My headset just died. Just give me a moment. All right, guys. Let's see, 11:40. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in because when I do take my break at noon, Michael will be there. So if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus or backtesting strategies, things like that, you can head over. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. Okay, and Michael will be there between 12 and 1 when I do take my break. Here's another one, guys. ESSC. We haven't seen, this was another one of those crazy ones that got all the way up to 26. I don't think, oh, it is shortable. Interesting. When I say that, I'm talking about at YouTube, at Interactive Brokers. All right, let's take a look at my watch list. I'd say there are a couple that are pretty darn good. Look at this one, MYNZ, 2402. We are now almost at 30, okay? The BBIG, this one, it pulled back, of course, but before it did, it got up to 550. So these two right here. On the downside, let's take a look to see if anything happened on the downside. 556, yes, down to 470. The Lumen, I think, held at around 12. LUMN, I think it held around 12. And GPS is just kind of hanging in there at around that 17 level. So you could put, 3 huge check marks on the BTCS and these two. So 3 out of 5 really performed my watch list. Especially the MYNZ. Wow. Whoa, ESSC. Look at this. I mean, I just mentioned this one here. It's about $1 drop. ESSC. I know you want to short this one, Zach, I bet. The MYNZ, but look at this. I mean, MYNZZ, whatever you want to call it, almost at 30 now, all-time high. Yeah, I may have been wrong. I thought there were shorts available at IB early, like in the pre-market. I may have been wrong. Good grief, look at ESSC though. Oh man, that's like a $2 drop since I just mentioned it. Unfortunately, I did not take it. Wow. And it continues. And now it's not shortable now. No, yeah, there are 700,000 shorts. This is going to get halted, I think, on the way down, guys. ESSC, I think it's going to get halted on the way down. Maybe there was a little blue dot that I see in IB that usually means it could get halted. Yeah, Dwayne, you saw that same blue dot, right? Shoot, I wish I should have obviously should have taken that halt, that short, like a $3 move from the original alert. There's the halt. Meanwhile, guys, Blink, I mean, the news is great. What can you say? I mean, the news is eye-catching. Again, I don't have no idea how profitable it will be for Blink, BLNK. Zero idea, but it's eye-catching. And the high in the pre-market, I mean, it's almost getting up there. Whack on the move. It looks like it wants to take out that high. DWAC. After that pullback, the high of the day is what, 83.80? So it's about $1 away. Ah, shoot, I'm out of the AGL, but it came right back down. I'm out of my AGL short, but it did come right back down. All-time low. Okay, that's an ominous looking green candle for the BBIG. In terms of the green bar ignored, we've got this downtrend. We've got a green bar there, almost completely engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle is red. So I'm not saying it won't come back, but right now that's kind of an ominous looking pattern. This GPS is just stubborn right around that 17 mark. Just doesn't want to give it up in a big way. Just not dynamic at all right now. TCAT, these NFT again. Okay, let's take a look at TCAT. Yeah, I'm just... What's the high looking left? Is 365. Yeah, it's pretty close. All right, ESSC is just unhalted or resumed, and to no avail. Wow, to no avail at all. Look at this. Well, no avail for a while. I mean, what did it get down to? 11.19 pops $1. Nah, the Tattooed Chef. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Of course, this was one of the most heralded SPACs in its day, way back here. This is back a year ago. Actually, more than a year ago, October of 2020. This was eagerly anticipated. I mean, it did okay, but since then it's been cut in half. And speaking of which, I'm sorry, no, this is another one. I thought TKLF just got halted on the way down. I guess this was some kind of an IPO or I just can't see a headline. I mean, I see a headline in Interactive Brokers. It's not giving me any clue to what this is all about. Closing of IPO, partial exercise, okay. You mean a $4 IPO today? Really? Oh, shoot, I wish I'd known that. Funny, IB doesn't have this at all. Yoshitsu, so it must be what, Japanese? Is it really? IPO, is it really? I forgot to look at my calendar over the weekend, and I should have, but let's take a look. And you are completely correct. Yeah, wow, I wish I'd known about that. This is classic. So I'm going to have to do some calendar work. Coming up. Whoa, look at this one. If it comes out, it's the week of the 17th. So, I mean, obviously yesterday, there's no official date. These are all the week of, so they may not happen. Look how crazy low these are. 2.5 million, 6, 3 and 3.3 at 5, 2.4. I mean, a little higher. These are the ones that can be just absolutely crazy. And forget about this. This is a SPAC. And this is what you're talking about. Yeah, 6 at 4. Wow. So this is a big one. 18 million shares at 13 for Morgan. There's a lot of big names behind it. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. I'm expecting Michael at any time. And we still have that special on 20% off. Sure. Rubber, sure. 6 to 12 months. That could be 12 to 18, could be 5 years. But hey, listen, why not? All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Then I'll be on my break. So the tattooed chef, TTCF, let's take a look left. What's the next high looking left is 1493. I guess if you can somehow find a way to get through that, then you know you've got you got a shot to that 1550 mark. You know, that's where the next big area of resistance is, but hey, I mean, if it gets through all this, I think Michael is ready. Okay, I see you, Michael. Okay, have a good hour, and we'll see you guys in our main room at 12:55.
Okay, so let's just test the sound right away. All right, that works. And hit that button. You should see my screen and me. Awesome. Perfect. All right, all good. So let me pop out the chat and move this guy over. So again, if anyone's new here, what we do is at noon Eastern every day, we give Barry some much needed time off. We open up the room to questions about trading, about trade ideas, anything like that for the next hour. So I will be here for the next hour, just rambling about the markets until some questions come in. As always, we really appreciate when people ask questions just because we have nothing prepared because we want to make sure that there's all of that time for question and answer when it comes. So if you got any questions about trade ideas, about trading in general, certainly feel free to let me know. My name's Michael. I've been using trade ideas since 2006, I think. And I've been consulting with them for a few years now, since maybe 2016 or 17, can't really remember. I do a lot of the quantitative stuff, so the TI strength and the math and all that kind of boring stuff is kind of more my forte as a chartered market technician and a quant. So basically, how most people will use something like a gap or, you know, they'll look for stocks that are gapping or look for stocks in the news or something like that, and they use that to make a trade. I use algorithms to try to figure out what I'm going to look at and then use my technical analysis on top of that to figure out what from those algorithms I'm going to take a trade on, if anything. So looking at TI strength, it looks like nothing triggered this week so far. I don't think. Once MPW loads here, yeah, nothing triggered yet. So I trade this market like I trade every market. So my kind of main strategy is simply relative strength. So I look for what is the strongest in this market as a swing trader, same as I do with every market. I just go to wherever the relative strength resides, which is, the main thing I use for that is actually TI strength. And yeah, certainly trading plan helps now. Now, if you're trying to look to make money every day in every kind of a market, you're just not going to, right? That's a fool's errand. That's going to hurt you more than it will help. And actually, a book I recommend for that is a book called Golf Isn't a Game of Perfect. I think very accurately describes that, where, you don't go for a hole in one every shot. You go through and you trade your plan, and sometimes your trades work and sometimes they don't, right? The best trader in the world, all of the best traders in the world have about a 60% win rate, but they all follow their plan absolutely religiously in all markets. So that's the divergence scan. That's why those are stocks going down. But yeah, so the main thing I do to find relative strength is I use the TI strength scanner, which is an algorithm I built that looks for just that. It looks for relative strength. So often when the market's selling off a little bit like this, I know everyone's panicked for some reason. We're down like 4% off all-time highs, which is just adorable. What I'll do is I'll start to make a list of, okay, what are they not selling, right? MDTR is one that I've just added to my list today, right? And you can actually just right-click and click Create Price Alert and save, and then that will then be alerted if that thing moves higher. Because I want to go where they're not selling off, right? Because you got to think about it. If the institutions are not picking on certain names, then you're going to have a better shot that when the market rebounds, when it bounces at some point, that the names that they didn't choose to target are going to be the ones that are going to bounce the best. So another one I'm watching is this CHRW, which is a freight transport. I'm actually watching this on my other monitor here if we can get back over 109, because the market's selling today and we go from there. Yeah, so to get TI strength, you just go new and Market Explorer, right? So you'll get a window that looks like this, and you just right click on it, and under server window, just pick TI strength. It's right there. No customization, nothing needed. So that's my plan. My plan is always to look for relative strength, look for stocks and strong uptrends that are pulling back, and then look to buy them when they continue, right? But that's my plan, right? You obviously want to make sure you've got your own. I thought the other day Holly was set to 100 shares, but now it's different shares. It depends on how Holly's displayed. If you go into tools and options, you have this AI size tab right here, right? So if you click on that, you can select different options. So you can do 100, you can do based off stop loss, which means it will risk a certain amount on each trade. You can do share size, or you can do dollar amount. So it will be whatever you have selected inside this box is what it's going to be calculating based off of when it's displayed. When it's traded, you do the same thing within Brokerage Plus. So yes, the question is, what is the triggers for TI strength? Well, for the official ones, if you click on the TI strength channel, which Iris is another way to get it. If it's right here in the actual channel itself. So if you just go to the strength alerts channel, it's right there. You have this nice little document that actually tells you what all the entries and exits are. Right? So MU 97.50, nowhere near that today. Right? MPW was basically, generally speaking, they're over Friday's high or over the high, if there's a high like right before that, right? So ENQR, it's over Friday's high. AMAT over Friday's high. KLAC. And this is basically just in the initial back test, we just did, a Monday to Monday roll. And that works, and that's still what we do for a lot of our back testing. However, going forward, we noticed that, we assumed a certain level of kind of people would apply common sense to some of this, and a lot of people just want to follow the algorithm, and I really don't recommend that. But to give the people what they want, we just amended the algorithm to put in place a little bit of this logic, right? Because say a stock gaps down to KLAC gaps down like here. Some people would just buy it anyway. Well, it's no longer a strong stock, right? We harp all the time about how you either have a trading plan and you'll probably make money in the market eventually if you follow it, or you don't have a trading plan and you will definitely lose money in the market at some point. But people still, they're looking for that magic, right? That magic scan that as soon as I get that scan, then I'll be better than Goldman Sachs and Warren Buffett and all these things. So we try, but it's one of those like, what do you do? Another way to look for relative strength for the people who are interested is you can go into, and I talk about this a lot, you can go into our sector status channel, which is just in your channel bar. It's a little black with green things. And this shows you all the sectors. So you can see all of the sectors are hammered today, right? What you look for, and get my face out of the way for a second here, is these cylinder bars on the bottom. And this is talking about, right? So everything on this top list is down today, right? It says 100% down. And what you can do is you can go into these different ones and look for which ones are relatively weak or relatively strength. So, for example, XLV, which is healthcare, is doing the best, even though, or communications. Communication is going to be skewed with that video game stuff, but XLV, which is healthcare, is doing one of the best of all the sectors out there. So you can start clicking through them and saying, well, LLY is actually up today. So is that something that meets my trading plan that I worked as well? ABBV, right? That's holding up pretty well. That's actually a pretty decent looking chart. So these are the kind of things that I would start to make a list of, because when the market bounces, which at some point it will certainly bounce, we can go from there. And again, not to panic, right? I'm seeing so much panic on Twitter and everything, but what's the exact number here for people absolutely losing their mind? We're down 4% off all-time highs. Like, that's a downtick. For me, what I'm going to be watching on the SPY is essentially just 450. I think kind of 450 is the number to watch, right? That's where we bounce these last two places. If we bounce short of that and go higher, then it was just another downtick in an uptrend, right? And uptrends, you make a high and then you pull back, and then you make a high and then you pull back. So there's no doubt in any technician's mind that the market's still in an uptrend until, right, you no longer make that high. And that's where I'll be interested if we fail from there. But I'm not going to anticipate that. I'm going to wait for the market to confirm an uptrend, because anybody who's anticipated a down move in the market, and I've seen a lot of them since 2 years ago, has just been dead wrong. So until we get a pivot low broken and held below, we're just pulling back in an uptrend. Would I consider developing weakness alerts for this market that's under pressure? Again, it's a pullback in an uptrend until otherwise, right? Until proven otherwise. But I would say no, because yes, relative weakness could work in the same way as relative strength. However, one thing that's very important to note is that the biggest bounces always come in bear markets, right? So it becomes very hard. A lot of people just have the kind of mentality of, okay, when a bear market comes, I'll just short. But it's just not that easy, right? Because people, the other traders that come on too, they'll tell you, who've traded through bear markets, is, in bear markets, no one gets out alive. You'll get bounces that are 10, 15% in the index in bear markets. So, getting something that just says, okay, well, you just short the weak stuff, again, could be a little bit too simplistic. I'd have to back test it, but there are lots of stocks down 50%. Yeah, it's about 75% of all NASDAQ stocks are down 20% or more, which again is why I focus on relative strength, right? When I created this system, it was actually during the pandemic crash. And what you'll notice with the pandemic crash, and I'm actually giving a presentation about this tomorrow to Wealth 365. So if we go back, we do a weekly chart, right? And again, this is why I love the concept of relative strength. So, right, focus right here, right? And that was February and March 2020. There were names that were not participating in that, right? This is February, March 2020 on Zoom, right? Peloton. February and March 2020. Things, right, went down, not nearly as much as the market, but still held up very well. There was all kinds of names. mRNA, February and March 2020 was up. Pfizer. Right, so to steal a phrase from the old Jim Cramer, is there's always a bull market somewhere. All right, okay, so Pfizer got killed too. But just by focusing on the stuff that's not selling, things can push up. Now, again, if you're thinking, oh, well, there's no trading plan that can save you now because the market's down 4%, it just means your trading plan's bad, right? And you should go back to the drawing board on it. And also, if you're looking to make money all of the time in every market condition with your trading plan, it's time to curb expectations, because you just simply won't, right? There will be times where the best traders in the world just don't make money. And it is what it is. That's the nature of the game. If you're looking to make money every day, you need something that generates you an income. You need a job. Trading is really about the 80-20 principle, I've noticed, and a lot of other, again, I get to, when the skies were open, me and Sean would fly all over the place, and for a lot of crypto stuff I did, I would fly all over the place and talk to really big name traders and hedge fund managers. I spent 10 years in the hedge fund space, so talking to the guys who are the best of the best, guys out there managing billions of dollars, and they'll all tell you the same thing. They're right a little bit over half the time, maybe 60% of the time. they stick to whatever it is that they told their investors they were going to do, their prospectus, which is their version of a trading plan. And eventually it will all work out with the numbers. And again, if you're just saying, "Oh, I want to be a swing trader and I want to make money every single day," well, that's not going to happen. And even if you're a day trader, you're not going to make money every single day. And if you ever find someone as a trader who says they make money every single day, I've found you a liar that you have to run from. So the real difference between winning and losing traders is how they deal with the losses, right? Do they take a couple losses, throw out their current trading plan, go grab another one, do something completely different than what they've been working on? If you're working on a trading plan, it will take you months to refine it and to get examples of what works best and what doesn't, and blah, blah, blah. And what you see commonly with new traders is just that chasing the dragon, right? They'll have a plan, they'll make a handful of trades with it, they'll come across a losing streak, which, say you're right 90% of the time. Just the law of probability, say you're going to encounter losing streaks. And then they jump in there like, okay, give me the next scan, or give me the next algo, or give me the next thing that's always going to make me money. And then maybe they'll make money for a little bit, and then it won't work. And then they go, okay, give me the next thing. I need a new scan. I need a new... And right, those people will never really make it, because they're always just jumping into the next thing. Where, if you look at guys, and again, people that are friends of Trade Ideas and people that we know, like JC at All Star Charts, or Brian Shannon, or any of these big name traders, is you can go to some of these guys' YouTube channels or whatever, and go back 10 years, and they're doing the same thing. Sometimes it'll work for them, sometimes it won't. If you manage risk correctly, at the end of the month or year, you end up with more money in your account than you started, and on to the next thing, right? So that's my advice if you're having a hard time right now. Is if you're having a hard time for a super long period of time, well then, maybe you need to look and reevaluate your plan. If you're having a hard time because the market down ticked 4%, and if you're getting like really smoked, well, now you got to say, okay, well, does my plan suck? Did I not follow my plan? If I don't have a plan, well, again, right, if you don't have a plan, I just know that the market's going to take your money from you. I don't even have to think about that, right? At some point it will. But if you've got a plan and you're following it, and you're just down a little bit now because this market isn't conducive to your plan, that's fine, right? Maybe reduce your position size, maybe trade a little bit less, a little bit smaller until things start to work out again, and then get back into her or something like that. But, right, just don't panic, I guess, is the main thing. So for me, yeah, I'm going to be doing the same thing. I'm going through this list, looking at anything that's got good relative strength. And I'll just be rotating my money into those. Like, I even still like some of these TI strength stuff from this week. It's just one day, so it's got to recover. So AMAT, for example, right? If this thing gets back up to 167, I'll be interested. And you don't have to just watch it all the time. You can just right click and do a price alert, click OK, and then that's taken care of for you. Right, Micron, it's down a little bit, not a huge amount. It's still kind of right in this base right here, which is, if you look at the weekly chart, it's kind of just dealing with these prior highs. So if Micron can break out of this base to the upside, I'll still take that one. For me, I find these days very relaxing because I don't have to do anything. I'm just building a list, right? I'm just going through these things and saying, okay, what's going to be working the best that I can kind of build a list for. and then just keep that on watch going in tomorrow, like this TELUS. So as a Canadian, I know TELUS, they cell phone provider, that kind of thing. I think out west they do landlines too, right? So I'll watch TELUS. It's down, it's about flat today. So you want to talk about relative strength. With the market down a bit today, TELUS is flat. That's something I'll keep an eye on. It's basing right up at these prior highs. So if we break through that, I'll be interested. And then, yeah, even the sector analysis will tell me what to look at as well. Citrix, was that earnings? Yeah, they had earnings. Oh, earnings 2 days from now. So that wasn't even earnings. Right, so I'll look at Citrix. CTXX, right? So that's gapped up today. Now, I really, as a swing trader, I won't buy something with just a day or so until earnings. I want, a week plus just because that's my time frame. But I don't know, that's a good looking name. LYV, I have on watch. Live Nation, LYV. Right, on this one's up again today. Right, so it's really just what stocks are you in? But I'm just watching this support area, and we can go from there. Any thoughts on Blink? Blink charging. I actually noticed on my nighttime work, which again, every night I spend about an hour scanning through the markets. It's a nice bounce off this support, right? I like trades like this because you know right where you're wrong, right? If we break down under this level, you're wrong. It's time to get out. So anytime you can find something like that, I think you're in a good position where it's a very clear, I am wrong if this happens, right? On Blink, you are wrong if, right, these lows break. But yeah, I was looking at TAN, which is the solar ETF. So TAN, if we go down to the weekly chart, you can see this resistance, there's support down here. So maybe time for a bounce in solars. And I was also looking at DRIV, which has this support line or resistance in through here. That's support right here. And it's just been basing up here. So I'm going to look at this drive, which is just a ETF that's a conglomerate of autonomous vehicles and that kind of thing. Just to see, because if this starts moving higher and TAN starts bouncing, then maybe things like Blink and NEO and all of these EV names are going to get another push. But ideas for an ETF health scan that won't bog down my system. That bogs down your system? Wow. You could just take this right here, this ETF sectors, right? And you could copy that. So just right click and let's duplicate it into here. Right? So to do that, you just find something and you just right click. And then you go duplicate to. You can make it a free floating window or you can duplicate it into another doc. So I duplicated it into this doc right here. You can keep an eye on these. These are all the major, except for the SPY and the Qs. I don't know why they're in there. But these are all the major sectors within the S&P 500. So you could just watch these. You could actually even just run a race on them if you wanted to do a real-time stock race. You could go, I don't use this often, but this is a use I found for it. So I'll just make it all day. And let's make it as many lanes as we can. And then we'll just hit start. And then this little race is now going. That's just got all of the different sectors on them. And then you can just see which sectors are moving higher and which ones aren't. Or just view it in this top list and just say, okay, it's all position in year range. You can see here. So if you just double click and sort by that, right? XLE we know is the highest in the years range. Energy's been doing fantastic. I'm in a lot of energy names now just because this relative strength has existed for a long time now. It's like 2-3 weeks. XLP, which consumer staples, that's kind of chopping around, but that's doing okay. And again, or you can just take a look at this and just click through whichever of these is interesting to you. Real estate, to me, I'm watching closely just because we've had this congestion back here. And then we had a break of that and then a pull back into it. So if this thing starts to move higher, then I'll participate in that. But I know if that's going to happen, then I'm going to see a lot of things just come through TI strength. So CYH, community health, is something that's interesting to me. EA, I may ignore because this is up with that Activision news. And, so I think that's just kind of like the algos saw a buyout in one video game company and probably just bought all the video game companies. So I don't know how interested I am with that. So yeah, that's one top list. So that shouldn't bog down your system. Or same with the stock race. That shouldn't bog down your system either. Right, so you can see XLE ticked up there. Which this one's holding. Like energy has just been insane. Let's go to here. Like if you look at oil, especially USO, up today, broke new highs, right? This thing popping up through this kind of resistance. There we go, in through here. So it might be time to come up and maybe fill this gap, maybe higher, right? Who knows? Right, there's always somewhere that's performing well, and I think that's our job as traders, is to try to figure out what that is and if it will persist, and then move there. And one thing you want to do is you want to avoid, right, being that guy who just, I only trade growth stocks, or I only trade this, or I only trade that. It's like, well, they're going to continue to get killed, right? Peloton, DKNG, right? These things are just dead. Move on. Zoom, and AMC. I'm sorry for anyone who got utterly scammed by these AMC, GME things. And we're traders. We buy stuff that's going up and we stay out of stuff that's going down. So I think AMC is going to be a $10 stock soon. I think GME is probably going to be, I don't know, 50. I wouldn't be shocked if these things just, this $100 level on GME is going to be big. Just like I think this $20 level on AMC is going to be big. And if we stay below that $20 level at some point, people have got to go, okay, that's it. Why are growth stocks getting killed? Well, the kind of meta-analysis of that is that people think interest rates are going to go up. So like a company like Peloton, right, who doesn't make any money, right? What's their... $40 million in revenue, or $4 million in revenue, $9 million PEG ratio, right? These are companies that essentially promised to make, especially when they were up in like the 150s, right? This company that people were basically saying, oh, this thing's going to be the greatest thing ever, when it's a treadmill with an iPad duct taped to it. They didn't make anything really then, but people, the the market was flush with cash. But since the market has been less flush with cash and people know that they're going to raise interest rates, well, in higher interest rates environments and higher inflationary environments, you want to own real things. You want to own companies that pay dividends, right? Things like this. It comes down to the time value of money if you want to go into like macroeconomics. But, when interest rates are zero and inflation is near zero, then a dollar today is the same as a dollar a year from now, right? Because there's nowhere else to put your money. As interest rates increase, so say interest rates get to 2, 3, 4, 5%, whatever. Let's just use 5% to make the math easy. That's probably unrealistic, but whatever. And inflation, let's say inflation's at 5%. Well, a dollar today is worth way more than a dollar a year from now, 5% more to be exact, right? If you are sitting in cash right now, you're losing 5% a year just sitting in cash. So people want things that generate money now, not things that generate money potentially many years from now. So that's why the growth stocks have been getting hammered, is because growth stocks basically are companies that don't make money now and they don't pay dividends now. They're companies that promise to pay many years from now. So like a company like Apple, right? Apple has a dividend that will pay you now, right? So why would I own Zoom, a company that does video calling, that Apple does video calling and Google does video calling and Microsoft does video calling and all of these things. So that before people were betting, hey, this is going to be a company that 10 years from now might be a huge company and pay me a bunch of money. Right? So Apple will pay you 22 cents a share a quarter now. So it's like if inflation is a thing and interest rates are low, then you're going to want to be in stuff like that. Same with real things like oil and copper and things that have utility now as opposed to utility many years from now. There's the saying, it's TINA, right? TINA's in town, which just stands for there is no alternative. Right? What are you going to do? Inflation's rampant, right? We all know that. What are you going to do? Put your money in gold? Right? Gold hasn't done anything since late 2020. Gold has done absolutely nothing. So you're not going to put your money in gold. Bonds don't really pay anything, right? The bonds pay less than inflation, right? So if your money's in bond, you're losing money. If your money's in gold, you're losing money. If your money's in cash, you're losing money. So what do you do, right? So what? And again, not you or us as retail traders, but the big money, and that's who we're trying to follow. These giant institutions. So places like a Vanguard will have a prospectus that say, hey, we have to be 99% invested in something at all times. So as soon as they do that, well, then now they got to find stuff to buy. So that's why you see these rotations, is because, giant hedge funds and institutions might be in something like Peloton when it's a stay-at-home pandemic play. And again, they don't care about current revenue. They care about future revenue. So they're okay paying for companies that may make money in the future. Now, when interest rates or inflation starts to tick up and they go, okay, well, we need to be in something that's going to do better. It's going to pay us money now. Again, gold doesn't make sense. Bonds don't make sense. Cash doesn't make sense. So you go into dividend names. So that's why you've seen value go up, right? So people who keep saying, oh, this is an awful market. It's an awful market if you stuck with these growth names. Like here's Burke B. So this is Warren Buffett's fund. And he's doing fantastic because he invests in things that, again, are value driven, that pay him now. Kathy, ARKK, invests in stuff that has the potential to pay you years from now. So when interest rates were nothing, that was something that was valuable. And now that interest rates are going to be, basically the market is pricing in these increase in interest rates, well, you're getting hammered now. So it goes back to, as a swing trader, why I am a relative strength trader. Because I'll be in the Zooms and the Pelotons and the Netflixes and blah, blah, blah when they're performing well. And when they're not, I'll be out. Like it's, trading with the trend will definitely help you out way more than guessing on things for sure. Right, so that's all there is to it. It's, if the market gets hammered too much and Powell comes out and says, okay, we're not going to raise rates anymore, well, then you're going to see these growth things start to recover because they're, again, things that may pay you in the future. But, and again, then TI strength as a relative strength metric, and any other way you want to find strong names, like, you don't have to use TI strength. We could build something right now where we just let's build a top list, and I can share this when I'm done. So let's build something now that will do the same thing. So let's first type in moving averages, and we'll grab the 20 and the 50. Whoops. Sorry. Problem with using a Mac keyboard with a Windows. So grab all the moving averages. Yeah, that's enough. We'll add those filters in. We'll just say, okay, let's get the stock above all moving averages. And then we'll just use, say, position in range. And let's go to a year. And then we'll say we want this in the top 70% of the year's range. Let's go a little lower, say 60. And then just price, 1,500 is fine. Average daily, that's fine too. And then we'll just click OK. And let's make that a free floater. And then now everything that we see in here will be stocks that are above all their moving averages, all their notable moving averages. And they're in the high end of the year range. So just like that, and that's the beauty of trade ideas. And that's why I say don't ever just give me a scan that does this or give me a scan that does that. It's, learn the system, because then as the market changes, you can just build that. Like how quick was that to build? Right? And now I just have a list here that I can just tab through of stuff that's, right, everything you see here. Look at the weekly chart in the bottom left. And all these are going to be fairly strong looking names. Most of them. Some of them might not be. And then you can add whatever filters that you want on top of that, right? So if you wanted to remove ETFs, you could do that. If you wanted to point this to a single list of stocks that you like, you can go right ahead. Right? So you can go and GSK looks good. Right? So all these you're getting the same kind of look from, just strong names. Super, super quick. That's why I always say develop your plan first and then look for a scan second, because that's how easy it is to build a scan once you know what you're looking for. How can a stock move $1 to $2 on 50K volume when it has a float in the millions? Well, millions for a float isn't very high, first of all. I see a lot of stocks exploding at 4 a.m. where there's little volume. So yeah, 4 a.m. is just because there is little volume. That's how it's moving. Float is less relevant than volume is, right? So, 50,000 shares, if the stock normally only does 25,000 shares a day, then 50,000 shares is a lot of volume for that stock. It's double normal daily volume. So that's fine. And then you got to remember at 4 in the morning, there's not many market makers and professional traders trading. It's mostly just the retail crowd. So often, while you'll notice, you get these big spikes in the pre-market and then the stock just sells all day, is because you get all these retail guys getting super hyped that some news or something came. Excuse me. Some news or something came out on the name, and they'll rally that stock super high. And then the professionals come in who are actually doing the valuations and that kind of stuff. And they say, okay, that's too far. And then they'll push it down. Like what happened, like if you look at EA here, let's grab a 5-minute chart and let's turn on pre and let's turn on post, right? So you can see what happened here when that Activision was bought. This thing just skyrocketed, and it was probably because algos and retail traders and things like that, read the headline of Activision getting bought out and just brought up a list of other video game makers and just bought them too. And then what happens later is that people look at that and say, okay, well, right, they're buying Activision. They're not buying EA. And what are the odds that EA is going to get bought out, things like that, and then they'll push them down. But you'll notice that in the pre-market, normally like no volume goes through with EA. So it would have been fairly easy to make this move just because there's nobody waiting on the other side. So just if you're going to trade that early, you just got to be careful. I'm not saying you can't, you got to know certain things, right? Like stop orders and market orders don't work in the pre-market. A lot of people get confused with that kind of thing, but you take a look at those things, you say, okay, hey, how reasonable was this move? You take those out. Hearing a lot of people talk about capitulation. They're already talking about capitulation now. Jesus, we're so spoiled. Market's down like 4%. What'd I say? 4% off all-time highs, and everyone's acting like we're in the great bear market of 2022. But capitulation just generally means the last gasp of the market, right? So let's go back and use 2020 as example. So, right, one thing that's important to note, and a lot of traders get confused on, is the market never goes down the way it goes up, right? The old saying is staircase up, elevator down, right? That's why I keep saying that, right? We're just in an uptrend, and every one of these is just a pullback into an uptrend, right? But V tops historically, and these studies have been done ad nauseum, right? V tops are relatively rare. The market very rarely, except Bitcoin, seems to do this fairly often. So V tops are relatively rare. V bottoms are super common, right? If you look at 2008, 1987, all these things, you get these, like this would be defined as a capitulation bottom, right? And it basically just means where everybody just goes, you know what, screw it, the market's going down forever. And you get this massive flush of stops, you get this massive flush of just people having to liquidate, people who trade on margin, things like that. And you'll get a lot of smart money that is buying that capitulation. They're trying to time that capitulation bottom. Again, I don't recommend it for us retail guys. You can if you want, but man, that's a hard life to live. So that would be kind of a capitulation bottom where everyone just goes, screw it, the market's going down forever, and they sell. And then you get these giant rallies that happen all the time. I even said earlier, the biggest bounces happen in bear markets, right? Like this bounce here was kind of huge. So if you think it's just as easy as, oh, the market's going down, let me short something, it's not, right? For me, I step aside or I'll play bounces or something like that. So you get those moments, and that's kind of what they mean for capitulation, right? A lot of the time, yeah, it's margin calls, it's stops getting run, it's things like this, and you'll see it all the time. And it's usually large volume will go through that day. The bar is larger than normal. All the things that kind of indicate that, okay, this might be the end of it. Let's see what happens if we go to a daily chart and look at that time, what that looked like. Way back. Right, so yeah, this bottom right here, you get a big gap down. If you look, I don't have volume up, I don't use it, but if you have volume, you'll probably notice that that's a pretty high volume day, and then it reverses. Again, you get the biggest bounces in bear markets for sure. So that's, again, it's just people, this could be a capitulation day, this large red day right here, where again, stops are run, margins are hit, liquidations take place, and then the other side, that's where they look to buy kind of thing. My thoughts of RSI for entries and exits. I don't use RSI as an overbought, oversold indicator. There's been a lot of math showing that statistically doesn't work. I don't use any indicator for entries either because, I always use price because price is the only thing that will pay you. What I use RSI for, what I like it for, is divergences, right? So in theory, when a stock makes new high, RSI should make a new high as well. I built the RSI in here. I think it's very important if you're going to use an indicator, understand the math, like very, very carefully. If you can't like recite the math of an indicator, I don't use it, right? Because you don't fully understand what it means. But so RSI is basically just saying how big is the average up move versus how big is the average down move. When you notice these two things diverge and you notice that price is making new highs, but the RSI is not, it means that those new highs are happening with less and less momentum. And often this decline in momentum can mark turning points. So that's what I mainly use it for. So you see one here on the SPY and you get, so the SPY is making lower lows, right? Always look at the close, never the wicks, because RSI is calculated off the close, which again is why I say you need to know how these things are calculated if you're going to use them. Whereas RSI is making higher lows. So this thing's moving down, this guy's moving up. You get, a reversal from there. You had the same kind of thing where RSI is moving down, where the highs here, looking at the closes, are moving up, and you get a little bit of a down move. So that's mainly how I use them, and I will use them in the direction of the overall trend. So I'm never trying to pick tops or bottoms. And in our new Market Explorer window, we actually have RSI divergences in the short side and in the long side that you can play with if you like this kind of play. And again, you don't need to do anything with these. They just kind of come up, but you can take a look and just click through them. And these are all the RSI divergences that you'll see from today. So PGen, right, it's making lower lows on price. RSI is making higher lows. Maybe, right, I think that's important to say. Maybe that this down move is running out of steam. That's essentially what these things are looking for. So one thing that I'm watching to take these in directions of trend, because again, I always want to trade with the trend, is IC. Oops. Get that out of the way, right? So IC, right? We have this, right? Strong stock, obviously, right? And I always want to trade stuff that's strong and stay out of stuff that's weak. We've got some support going on in this area. And then we have this same, ignore that last tick, we're looking to fix that, but we have the same RSI divergence going on, whereas these are making lows, and this guy here is making higher lows. And we had this engulfing candle yesterday. So I have an alert set for IC at like 1370, I think. And if we go from there, you'll just see if this thing reverse. Again, I'm just playing off this support area on something that's, insanely strong. Like, what was the price back here? $1, and it's up to 20, right? So it's a huge, huge thing. If an RSI divergence pops up in the Market Explorer and then breaks out of that diversion, does it remain on the scan? Well, yeah, just always notice the date, right? So what the scan will show you is anything. Where's my Market Explorer? Right here. Server and RSI divergence. Yeah, so, right, anything that's here on this date right here, then it will, right? If you go back in time, you may see things that are no longer valid, but that's just because, right, you're looking back in time. So what it's going to show you, it's going to show you things that are, only for currently right now kind of thing. Now this thing refreshes, so if something, I guess, in one day it becomes no longer valid, it will take those out. And if something becomes valid, it will kind of insert those. We're working on better recognition of that. It's going to flash or something when a new trade is brought in. But yeah, again, you'll notice like all these things. Right? Price is going down here. The RSI is going up. Let's go do JPRE just because I know this is strong, right? So you've got a little one. It's kind of hard to see here. Same type of deal. So that's what, for me, I will use this as a way to try to time pullbacks into things that are strong. I'm not, every now and then, I'll look to take maybe a bottom pick here or there. I don't like to do it very often. Again, I just think it's a harder life. But you get a lot of these declining wedges. And if they're happening at areas of support or resistance, then I think that kind of puts something on your side. So, right, this tightening that's going on right here with the RSI making higher lows as this thing's moving down, right? One could say this prior resistance, which is what, like 10.15 on JTHX, no idea what this is, obviously. You'd want to research it. If it goes like this, then we can push from there. Do I ever use them on smaller time frames for intraday? I do, and we're working on a scan now. It's just getting to the point where there's a lot of scans here, and the interface to get them is kind of ugly. So we're going to add in some of these. We're going to add like subheadings for, I think, like daily, intraday, trend following, right? Just ways to separate them for people. And we'll be adding some intraday ones then. It's also important if you're interested in any of these scans. Actually, let me close this and then go. If you do new and you do a Market Explorer, right away it gives you this link right here for a Market Explorer user guide. So if you just click on that, it will open up a browser. Okay, go away. Right, and it will just explain all of them for you, and it also has an explanation of each scan. Right, so the 820 cross, that's what it's looking for, is an 8 EMA crossing a 20 SMA. We are recording to see how many people use these to see whether or not we're going to keep them, right? This is something that Barry had mentioned you guys trade in the room all the time. Don't really see it. If you guys are, let us know, right? So the RSI divergence, long or short, it talks about this all the time. So just nice little write-ups and then charts. This is me on Trader TV, which I do each Friday, where I just talk about all of the different scans that you can see. Or this one I was specifically talking about RSI, I believe. Yeah, the divergence here. All right, bull bear flag, TI strength, the gap fill up and down. Right, I did another segment on Trader TV here where I talk about that. Man, I love my plaid shirts, don't I? 3-line strike, what that is, and as these things get built out, this will expand as well. So that's what you get if you open just a new window right here. You get that little button that you can click. So yeah, if you want to learn any of those. But yeah, for the intraday stuff, we're definitely, we're working on it. We just got to change the interface, right? For intraday, I don't generally go lower than a 5-minute. Right. And again, there are scalps to be made. I do some scalping of like the SPY. You could see lows we're making here and highs we were making here. So you could add a quick scalp there, but we continue to kind of bleed down. So this is no longer valid. But you know, people who trade off like 1 or 2 minute charts, I think they're giving themselves a hard time. All right, so I'm going to ping Barry, make sure that everything on the transfer back happens okay. If it doesn't, for whatever reason, I always like to preface this, if you get booted out while we're doing this transfer here, you can just click refresh, right, and come back to this page. We're not leaving you, just sometimes I know every now and then there's a bit of an issue. Same when Chris comes on for his thing later in the evening. If you guys just get kicked out, right, hit refresh, come back, hang out. Barry's either napping or he's in a trade. Yeah, if that trading strategy is working for you, have at it. I just don't. Oversold conditions can be oversold for a long time. Overbought can be overbought for a long time. So I don't agree with that. But again, right, if it's part of your trading plan, have at it. Barry's back, so I'm going to switch on over, and I will talk to you.
The carnage continues. Boy, oh boy. GLBE, what are you doing? This is another disaster IPO. I say disaster. I mean, I suppose, for 4 or 5 months, people are pretty feeling pretty good about it. But I mean, I don't know how anybody. I know we have a swing trading tab going. I have no idea how anybody swing trades. Yeah, the leaf blower and perfect circle. I know you're kind of kidding, but I don't give up on you. I just don't have. I don't trade. And I would wonder what Michael said about the RSI. He's not like a huge intraday trader. He just isn't. But I don't know what he said about the RSI. I tell you to save the brokerage plus and potential backtesting questions from Michael. And I know you're pulling my leg. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Leaf blowers are back, guys. Not even the end of January yet. Boy, oh boy, I mean, AMC, I mean, there's no support till 10. I mean, really. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but, I mean, look at this monthly chart. I'm sorry, even lower. 950 or so. So even half of this. RCRT, I do not see RCRT, so let's take a look at RCRT. Yeah, I don't see it in any of my scans because the relative volume isn't high enough yet, but if this continues, well, for fun, let's take a peek. Let's see if energy is still. I mean, energy in theory should still be relatively good. But let's just take a look. See if it's even giving it up. Sector status, and last time we looked, it was 90%. And now, whoa, my goodness. Look at this, guys. Last time we looked, 90% of the energy stocks were above Friday's close. Now look at this. So there's no sector that is not being hit now. Not one. Oh, man. And speaking of that, EQT, crude petroleum, natural gas. I mean, look at this one. EQT just getting slammed. And by the way, somebody asked, I think, in the pre-market regarding that Microsoft takeover of ATVI and why wasn't it closer to 95 if that's the takeover price. And I mentioned, well, just because, they come out and say they want it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. I did say that it wasn't, I didn't think Microsoft would back out of the deal. But you know what? The regulators get involved. When it's a takeover like this, they're going to get involved. So that's, I mean, it may get up to 95 at some point. Almost for sure not today, but that's the reason, because there's still doubt. I mean, regulators could come in and say, you know what, we don't think this merger is good for consumers, or whatever they want to say. when you say, do you run scans? I mean, you can run scans, Ken, for penny stocks. So when you say, do you, so are you talking about in general? I mean, you can, and what's your definition of a penny stock? What price? And are you talking OTC, pink sheets? Like what are you talking about? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? I mean, you can run a scan for anything you want. But we don't run scans on news. We don't have a news scan. But when I get an alert, I'm going to check the news. So, I mean, I think the answer is you can run any scan you want. If I want to run a scan on a low float between $1 and $5, yeah. Well, again, so I have one here called, for instance, low float stocks on the move. You know, do I absolutely run it? No, but I mean, you can have it. Of course, many times in the pre-market, the ones that are really moving typically are going to be low floats. Okay, so take a look at this. Take a look at my home page, and click on the scan section. And one of my scans that I'm sharing should be low floaters on the move. You can take a look at that as an example. Boy, watch out if this takes out these highs here, this 83 and then this 84 for the DWAC. I mean, it's been shopping around a little bit, but I don't trade futures at all. I only trade stocks. That's just a preference. If you ask me why, it's just a preference. All right, this was a 5-minute halt. GWGH just came out of its halt and not very much volume. Oh, grab. I mean, this was such a, look at this one. Another one that's, within a month. I mean, stock that was almost 15 down to 5.5. I guess 13.29 was the high for grab. Not in this one anymore, but AGL just made another new low, another new all-time low, of course. AGL not in this one anymore. Nice break here, actually. AGL. So you would think this has a lot of support. This ESSC, just around $1 away, around 10.30 or so. So this is still a SPAC, okay. It's still a SPAC. And they are looking to, again, who they're going to be. Can't see who they're supposed to try to take over. Yeah, this had a nice bounce, pretty good bounce. I mean, what did it get down to? 34 or so. So about $1.50 bounce for Hain. What a great alert! What a great short though. Almost straight down before it did any of this. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I don't see anything. I see the BBIG just absolutely went up and right back down. Not consistent yet for those of you who are following it. Meanwhile, Overstock, did that have a little pop? No, very choppy. Difficult one to trade. You'd see a 15-minute chart like this, I run. It's just too hard. I mean, look how choppy this is, up, down, up, down. But not only that, it's the topping tails and bottoming tails. You know, these are the sort of things that just whip you out of trades. I'm not saying, I'm sure there's somebody going to say, oh, here's how you trade it, and great. I just sort of shy away from anything that looks like this. All right, guys, this is what I'm going to do. Let's take a look at the IPOs this week. I should have done this on the weekend, but I just flat out forgot. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you how I will track the IPOs. First, I go to this website called IPO Scoop. I'm going to put these links in. Anybody wants to follow. Going into the calendar. So this one already opened, TKLF. We already know that opened. Now, these have not opened, I'm assuming. So there's JUNS. So, as an example, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put JUNS. It hasn't opened yet, so I'm going to create a price alert at $1. Now, typically I don't put any notes in. But in this case, I will, because I want to know when this opens, I want to know, there we go. I want to know how many shares were issued, 3.3 million. I want to know the potential price, 5 to 7. And I also want to know who's behind it. So in this case, now Roth, they're known. Roth, so I'll put that. So now when this starts to trade, I don't have to scramble and find out, wow, I can't remember how many shares were issued or who's behind this and what was the potential IPO price, etc. Okay, done. Go to the next one. VDNT. Same thing, create a price alert. 1. My notes, so this one, 6.3 million. And 7 to 9. And again, it's Roth behind it. We already know this one. This already opened. Then we've got this one, big one, FSPR. Well, big one in terms of who's behind it. And I'm going to create a price alert. Doesn't mean it's going to be any good. Okay, 18 million between 13 and 15. And we've got MS, GS, Wells Fargo. That's all. I don't have to put them all. I have an idea now. I know some big guys are behind this one. Then we've got this one, Rhodium, RHDM. Again, create the price alert. At 7.7 million. Between 12 and 14. Now, why I put the prices? Because when it opens and you see where it was supposed to, the theoretical opening area, if it's way above, that means obviously there's a ton of enthusiasm. If this one opened at $11, you'd go, not so good. Forget about it. And this is Riley. They've been known to do some interesting things. I don't care about a SPAC. And what do we have here? Oh, look at this. Only 2.4 million. Mod. $1. 2.4. Looks like it's going to be right at $12.50. And that is Oppenheimer. And the last one, another fairly big one. Looks like almost like a SPAC based on how it's priced. But anyway, it's a Credo. So CRDO. So I think this is way better than just having some kind of an IPO alert, in my opinion. Because it makes you kind of, look at it, see who's behind it, see how many shares, the price, and now again we've got Goldman Sachs, we've got BOA. That's good enough. Done. Now there are some weeks in which you might have 15 or 20 IPOs. We're not there yet. But that's the setup, and now you just wait for them to happen. Meanwhile, Overstock, OSTK, it's ugly looking, but moving down. KVH still moving down. GLBE still moving down. And okay, well look, the market is kind of leveled out. At least it's not, we had an hour straight down. This has been a disappointment. This is in the simulator, but the GPS, I thought with that downgrade to 14 and the market we're in, it moved to 6.7%, right here pre-market. It's done nothing since. You would think that with the market doing what it was doing, what it is doing, and with that downgrade by Morgan Stanley, it would have had a lot more movement. But it's just basically based around 17. Yeah, Unilever, that is just because they said, hey, we want to take over the health side of GSK, or the health business, whatever it's called, consumer healing or consumer health. I mean, this is the news. Terry, I don't. I really have no experience in buying hedges like that, so I can't really comment. Question in our YouTube room: what do you think about buying UVXY on days like this as a hedge? I just don't do that, so I have no experience doing it. So I typically just stay with stocks. But there might be some in the main room that do that, and maybe they have an answer. Not an answer, but an opinion. There's no answer. There could be an opinion. So I'll just post it in here. Anybody wants to chime in? I mean, it's absurd, that this would happen. This TKLF, a $4 IPO opens at 37. Opens at 37. But why? Because of the, hardly any shares issued. Ija, Mr. Bearkiller. All right, CIS. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this crazy one. CISO, a couple of days ago, up to 50 for no reason. Oh yeah, I've got a good memory for stupid stuff. Not that you're not stupid. You know what I mean. Lamb chop. There's a new technical term I'm not too familiar with. Yeah, I saw BNTX in the pre-market. I mean, just getting clobbered. Yeah, look at this. I mean, I saw this in the pre-market right here. Yeah, almost straight down. I mean, just one little green candle and basically straight down from 184 down to 168. Ah, I see now. I get it. Zach. Boy, another whole number break for AMC. 18 now. Well, your bounce scan is now giving us Viacom, but I mean, I'm telling you, how do you buy anything on a bounce right now? Remember how nice MYNZ was not that long ago? Look how bad it is. Well, not bad, but dropped $5 just like that. Not just like that, but 30 down to 25. Well, today being Tuesday, there was a marketing meeting at 2. This could be an interesting one. Yeah, I guess we've got about an hour now, well, 45 minutes anyway, flattening out of the SPY. So not maybe a lot of movement in a lot of different stocks, but as you know, Dak, out of nowhere, maybe we get a big rally. If we do, I'll be watching that Labu to see if it makes the same sort of move it made on Friday. Look at that move it made on Friday at the end. Okay, I won't show Hain. I will not show it. How's Blink doing? BLNK. All right, so we had a pullback to about 25. All right, here's another one, another all-time low. Look at this one, OSH takes out 20. I mean, what's going to hold it up? I mean, you get bottom fishers, I get it, but on a day like today, what's going to hold this up if it takes out 20 OSH? Yeah, I think there were some guys that trade ideas, not myself, but were very keen on this one, the mind medicine. What is it now? Ugly. They're not in it anymore, but I think they were kind of keen around this area here. Remember, it was trade. It's a Canadian company, and it changed symbols, so it got onto Nasdaq here. It's not an IPO from here. But just like, what's cannabis doing? What is the that index doing? MJ. Disaster. I mean, look at this. Just an absolute disaster. Yeah, IMRN earlier in the day, anyway, Terry, was strong. I know it got halted, I think, a couple of times maybe, or once. Got halted, yeah, got halted once. AMST pop, okay. I don't see AMST on any one of my scanners. My guess is that the relative volume is too low. And the answer is no. Okay. Boy, guys, this is about as strong a stock as you get on a day like today. The DWAC. Anyway, AMST. Ah, I see. Yeah, it's probably a little too cheap. Not showing up any of my scans because of how cheap it is, I guess. Wow. Well, this would have been fun to trade, guys. This TKLF. What's the spread like? 30. Oh, well, it would have been hard to trade. 33.10, 34.50. Meanwhile, gold AU continues its move down. Ugly. Look at this one. SRGA. Wow, it is shortable. I'm not going to, but it is shortable in Interactive Brokers. Looks like 76 cents is a pretty good support, but another one, all a bunch of fluff in the pre-market about their news. The market just sells it right off. What was their news? FDA clearance for something. This was the news. It popped it for Holo portal system, etc., and reported preliminary Q4 results. Didn't help it at all. Well, it helped it here, but could not sustain it at all. Yeah, you just have to. You can type in ATVI on virtually any platform, and you'll see the news. Okay, Microsoft buying them or potentially at $95. But why is it at 95? Because you know what? Until the deal's done, it's not done. This could take a long time if the government regulators, which I'm sure they're going to get involved, taking a look at this merger. Okay, guys, there's the OSH underneath, just barely underneath 20, or was just underneath 20. All-time low. Kramer's still around? I kid, of course, but DHR, okay. Yeah, coming right into the, oh, that's an expensive one. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. 290? All right, guys. Well, market is just, again, just kind of flattening out right here. Okay, I'll get right on that, Zach. Put my home on the market. All right, guys. So there is. I'm just sort of scanning my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing anything. Somebody was. I hope you went. Hope you're not in this, Jill. I think somebody was trying to go long. Casper. Wow, look at this. CSPR. Better when you're going along around here. Are you serious? You're long? What price, Jay? Just out of curiosity, what price? I mean, and they ship all the way to the UK. Obviously, they do. All the way. I shouldn't say it like that. Absolutely. $19.50. That's your value area. I mean, obviously, it could go lower. I mean, there's no all-time low, no support chart-wise. All right. Well, IMRN, it's held for. Trying to hold for. It is holding for so far. 4.5 million in the float. Need volume though. I mean, need some volume. Need a big volume burst to get it really moving, which is not happening. So you guys were talking about MVST a little earlier. I know this was a meme stock back in these days, a few months ago. MVST went up really for no reason. I tell you, I mean, these meme stocks, it's going to take a bunch to get, I think, people back into them. But you never know. I mean, every time I count GME out, somehow, somehow it just doesn't want to completely and utterly give it up. All right, Osh, on that 20 break, inching its way down. Zach says 1950 could be a value area. I wonder who's behind this one. I mean, it had a pretty good run from 44 up to 66. Kind of held for a few months, but in this wave of just getting rid of IPOs, SPACs, most stocks, I mean, look at this. I just can't imagine holding this one at 65, thinking, okay, went down to 50. It'll hold, it'll hold. And now you're sitting at 20. BBI. Okay, you're making me look at this really cheap one. 194 million shares, so it'll trade the float. It'll trade the float 2 times at least today. I have none of the not on my scan because it's under $1. But hey, look at the volume. And okay, I see why. Here's your news. See, here's your news. So Wainwright says we think it's going to be a $2 stock. I don't know how credible they are. They're known. You know, they're known. I mean, is it Goldman Sachs? No, but they are known. I've seen them many, many, many times. Credible? I don't know. What you'd have to do is you'd have to take a look at, go over the last, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 months, check to see some of the stocks. But, in a market like this, I'm certainly not defending them, but just check, the last 2, 3 months, see what sort of price targets they put on stocks and see what's happened. Remember, these things are, in theory, not meant to happen overnight either, but so as Zach says, they're low-level analysts, but they are known. I mean, it's a known name. So, well, my watch is just nagging at me to get. Okay, I got to take a 1 minute break. Okay, just a minute. Yeah. So are there any credible analysts? I mean, first of all, I mean, as Dak says, these are just this is just a target that some of them put on it. The only thing is obviously somebody like Goldman or whatever, Morgan. I mean, they have more following, shall we say, and there may be people who think, wow, they must know what they're talking about. Doesn't mean they do. I mean, Goldman, what was the one last week or a week and a half ago? It was a $6 stock. I know I traded it. I can't remember it anymore. They put a $12 or $11 price target on it. I mean, it may happen. And again, you know, when they're putting these targets on, they're not talking about the next day, even the next month necessarily. I don't even know if they put a time frame. But the thing is that obviously a known name like a Goldman or a Morgan Stanley or a JP Morgan, you know, people are going to say, oh, maybe they know what they're talking about. PL, that's right, PL. So what is PL right now? You know, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, I think this was the day. I think that was the day. Not, it hasn't utterly collapsed or anything, but you know, in the face of this market, pretty tough to get anything to move. And again, I'm certainly not defending anybody, but sometimes when I if you're here at 9 o'clock, you hear me talking about the upgrades and the downgrades. All I'm really looking for a couple things. I mean, if listen, I will pay attention if Goldman does do an upgrade or a downgrade, just to see what the action on the stock is, just because they're a known entity. But I'm also looking to see if a stock has multiple upgrades or downgrades, and especially on the downgrade side. I have no idea, Zach. I don't see why. I mean, they make no bones about it that they're short, but I don't know. Maybe William could answer that one. I really don't know. It's not that they are saying, I mean, they disclose the fact that they're short and is what we think. There you go. I knew William would know. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. Be in this marketing meeting at 2. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Just get set up for this marketing meeting. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, the acceleration of DWAC, boy, once it took out that 83 area, nothing was stopping it. Let's get this done here. And look at this, we're getting a little bit of a bounce in the market, guys, a little bit of a bounce. You can just see that we were looking at this as being kind of a base, and now we're just getting a little bit of a bounce. My guess is that Labu, L-A-B-U, is putting in a bounce. Not really. Okay, a little bit of a one. I thought maybe we'd see more of a V shape by now, but not yet. All right, guys, so I'll be putting myself on mute at 3 o'clock. The room will be open till 3:30 as always, and then at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30, if you want, you can head over to YouTube, and Chris will be there. Chris Farley at Trade Ideas will be there hosting. So what I'll do one last time, just don't want anybody to miss out. If they don't know, we do have the promo on still. It's probably over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I've been wrong before, but my guess is that it'll be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, there's the, just click on my homepage link and be brought to this page. So here's how you can take out a subscription right here. 4 plans, an annual premium. Sorry, annual and monthly for both premium and standard. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. And all the education is right here. Comprehensive user guide now. By sections, or, let's hope this works. Full table of contents, yes, here it is. Searchable. But as always, don't do the user guide first. Take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. What is a top list? Build a top list, alert window, create alert window, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI, which we nickname Holly. Daily support, again, 12 to 1, but between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris will be there. So I'll put the link in before I shut down the room if you want to head over there at 3:30. And the daily webinar, sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. Michael Noss put this together. Great starting point for a lot of traders if you're brand new. Literally, what is a stock? And of course, then you have to be a subscriber. But if you want my scans, here they are. This is what I use in the pre-market, gap up, gap down, and pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of different types of scans here. You can kind of pick and choose what you might like to look at. Well, you can look at them all, and then you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like to incorporate part of your layout. And as always, these 2 sections, lots of information. Save my link, then you can look at them, those sections anytime you want. ENSC, let's see, this was halted and now it has resumed. Probably a low floater, yeah, another low float. You know, I'm so skeptical about these though. Meanwhile, Unilever again just put in another new low, UL, another new low for the day. Wow, I mean this is just 14% down. Look at the volume. It's a huge float, so that that makes it pretty. 14% to be down 14% with 2.5 billion in the float. You just don't often see something like that. So before I put myself on mute in about 15 minutes, a good time to ask questions if you have any. Yeah, quite the month for this one now. It's basically a double this month for DWAC, DWAC from the bottom, right from the very bottom. Even GameStop has had a bit of a pop here, guys. I was watching to see if this would possibly take out 100, but it's popped $6. MRKR, let's take a look at MRKR marker. Oh, another really cheap one. Volume coming in though, yeah, really cheap. Boy, that's a big float for a sub $1 stock. Boy, some of these have just kept going down. Gold, AU. I know it's not gold. Anglo Gold, Ashanti. Well, let's see what the next low looking left on that monthly chart is. I mean, my goodness, $44 is the next low looking left, I think, for Unilever, UL. That's a big bottoming tail on that month. Yeah, CFVI. So piggybacking on DWAC, somewhat, not somewhat, the only reason. Oh, that's pretty interesting level right there, 1335. So the next high looking left on the daily is 1419. So is that a nice ramp up? No, oh no, I'm sorry. This was Nova Gold. No, NVG. This DWAC is going to be a very interesting one, even after hours, especially if it holds gets over 90. All traders are looking at is this month here. Now, I think this might have been the second day or the third day, or well, it might have been the first day, 177. No, there's the 90. Oh, do I know? I have no idea if NVAX is going to bounce. All I know is gold and UL. My gosh, AU and UL. A couple of double symbol companies. Don't see that too often. Now, as long as the volume keeps up for DWAC, I mean, there's the volume. There's that big, there was the push right there, right there. Had the little push right there, and then the massive push right here with that volume. Now, the volume's starting to decrease just a little bit. I mean, it's a low float, 28 million, if we can believe that number. Exactly, Eli. Definitely the four symbol. Yeah, you're right about that. Not 100% anymore in terms of the naming of stocks or the symbols the companies take. And where are they now? Macy's. There's Macy's. Speaking of single digit or single letter. Yeah, fun. I look at the volume coming into fun also, PHUN. Look at the volume coming in. Again, they're all tied with DWAC. Look at the volume. Treated over half the float today. But nothing like this week. Nothing like that week. Look at that when it got up to what? $24. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. Yeah, I'll be on the mic until 3. I just want to get the announcement in. Yeah, look at this little climb in the market, guys. Look at this little climb. Nothing would surprise me. Could we possibly go positive? Well, April, I guess it depends on what you're looking for, like how detailed, for charting you need. I mean, I use our charts, but I'm not a big indicator guy. So the fact that we don't have a ton of indicators and, these charts are going to improve even more, but I'm in Canada also. So, it doesn't really, I don't know what to say. All depends on what you're really looking for in a chart, I guess. Yeah, TrendSpider, Trading Views, good. I had Trading View before. You can use it in Canada, no problem. I mean, that's if you want to add like a charting package, I guess. ARKK, what is it doing now? 77, I think, is when you said you got in, around that. Yeah, Trading View is definitely fast. TrendSpider is a little bit slow. I've tried them both. I've tried them both. Trading View is like click on an alert and boom. But I guess it all depends what you're looking for in a chart. Like charting for me is not that big a deal. Oh no, Trade View in Canada. Are you talking about? Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Trading View, absolutely. Trading View, in fact, has so many different exchanges. Yeah, I stopped my subscription. I had a subscription. I had a year. I just found I wasn't using it, to its fullest. I don't really need like a full blown charting package. But that's just me. Well, TrendSpider, TradingView, Webull, I don't think so. But I don't know for sure. I don't think so though. But certainly TradingView and TrendSpider, no question. But you're going to pay, extra. You could probably get a deal with TradingView for about, I don't know, $350 to $400. Oh, even less. It depends on what you're looking for. I think that's their biggest package, $350 to $400 US for the year. Exactly. TradingView, I mean, you can never pay full price. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Again, I'll pop on the mic if there are some questions that I have to answer via mic. Otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute.
All right, everybody. A couple of minutes early here. Chris Farley, 3:30. Late day Q&A for trade ideas. Looks like it's a good pass for video and audio. And hopefully, tried some new things again today with streaming software, so hopefully you all don't get kicked. But if the stream kicks you for any reason, please just refresh the page, come back, keep me company. It gets lonely when I talk into the void. I do this as an open forum Q&A. I don't have any pre-done content. I let you folks drive the content based on your questions on the software. Obviously, if you're not asking questions, I'll do my best to keep things as interesting as possible. We'll dive around some charts, some thoughts, a scan or two, so on and so forth. So any of those burning questions, please fire those away for me here. I was taking a look at CFVI here before joining. Steve has a position in it. He was talking about it. I don't remember what day last week. Maybe it was Friday. Maybe it was Thursday or Wednesday. I can't remember. But an interesting chart. You get this big gap up day and it just trades down. And it comes bouncing back up. Terry, how are you? Happy Tuesday. I almost said happy Monday. Hey. Kind of bouncing all over the place here on this chart. It seemed to come back down here and find some legs and catch these moving averages, starting to grind itself higher. I believe it's a SPAC. Yeah, it's SPAC. So, kind of a speculative play, but a chart's a chart. So anyways, no position for myself here. I had taken my own speculative position, a little bit chart based, on Friday or Thursday. Had to be Friday, right? In Fun, PHUN. We'll see what happens with it. My thoughts behind it all was, you had this nonsense that went on, this kind of slow bleed, but it's kind of held here a little bit, and see if we can't get a curl. And if nothing else, I didn't take a big position, so I figure I've had stops wider than this before, so my stop is 0. And if it goes, great, and if not, won't be the most money I've ever lost on a trade. Play my risk management game with that. So that's that. So, alright, looks like what I did with the software today has you guys not kicked out. So anyways, that's that. Other than that, kind of just biding my time, I'll be honest. I thought sorry, just messaging. Michael kind of had some thoughts and he doesn't even remember what the tip he gave me for trying to keep the stream going without everybody getting kicked, so I just want to let him know. So I thought after this, and we pop back up towards this way, I thought, all right, maybe we're going to be in a quote-unquote all clear. And not that I think the market's rolling over or crashing. Like I said, it could do it tomorrow. I could do it next week. I don't know. But I thought we would not test 457 again, at least not right away anyways. And 457 I think is a very big deal overall in the SPY. Below it, I think the bulls have issues, and obviously above it, the bears will continue to have issues. So, we'll see. We're still in two markets, that's for sure. Value is definitely in a bear market. Value is definitely in a bull market. Growth is definitely in a bear market. So anyways, that's that. But I never like to look at the SPY without looking at the RSP afterwards. And so we can see the damage on the quote unquote damage on the RSP is nowhere near what it is on the SPY. A lot of talk about ranges, and that's a range right there that went on for the better part of last year in the RSP. We broke that range, we popped out of it, or popped back in it, and we popped back out of it, and we kind of held it now. And so at this point, that's a range as far as I'm concerned. So it takes still some damage on the RSP to get us below that range, or to get us back down into that lower range, when we can start to talk about trends breaking down. So anyways, just quick market thoughts there. And the difference with the RSP and the SPY is the SPY is market cap weighted, versus the RSP is evenly weighted on those 500 stocks. So just some thoughts there. And a mid cap trust, also again evenly weighted, that has seemed to struggle a bit more than everything else. The MDY, so same kind of thing here. Home on the range. We continue to take it. And we popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, popped in it, popped out of it, back in it. Not quite a head and shoulders, an odd looking head and shoulders. I guess we'd call this the Batman signal, I'm not sure. I like to make fun of charts and do fun things like that. But my point being is that, for all the talk of inflated markets and bubbles and ripping to all new time highs and all those things like that, when you look at real market pictures, that's not the case whatsoever. That's just a narrative that's pumped on TV and articles and things like that to, sell. So the next time someone tells you we're in a massive bubble, you show them charts of the MDY and the RSP, and you ask them where on that chart did the bubble touch you. Let's see, Peter Smith. Before I buy, I want to look at a chart, not a window. I'm looking for volume above normal, VWAP, ATR. How do I do that? Remember, I'm new here. Right on this chart here, Peter, you can start to add some different indicators. So if we right click, Peter, on the chart, and we go to indicators here, you have this list of indicators here, and that's the best we can offer aside from this single stock window. So you've got your Bollinger Band width, Kelters if you want, your Donchian channels. You have VWAP, obviously volumes here. Rate of change if you want. Those are the things that you can add right there. We don't have ATR. Oh, we do have ATR. I'm sorry. You can put average true range on the chart. So any one of those indicators that you want, you can throw every and all of them on there. How do I get that chart? Well, you just get you can get any chart, Peter, by going. So if you have the menu bar here, if you go new and you go chart window, all right, new and chart window, that'll give you a new chart. And once you got that new chart window, you right click, and then again indicators, and then you can start adding whatever you want. You can modify the colors, you can pick the chart area that they're in, and then one other thing you can take here and you can bookmark it. Let me find it for you here in the user guide. Let me find charts for you. And so, outside of this here, you can take that there, Peter, and that's a link to the chart section of our user guide. And everything and anything you want to know about our charts should be in there for you to go over. But we can answer questions here live, obviously, but that's just something for you to refer to in the off hours, the after hours. So one surprise for me today, energy looked like it was going to come flying out of a cannon, and as a matter of fact, it did. But then it did not hold what I thought it was going to hold. I thought UNG, I thought we were going to see that little gap, and I thought we were going to see a nice go on UNG. I mean, considering that for whatever reason the state of Vermont is importing natural gas from Russia right now, I can't really understand any of that. But I just figured these things got to be bullish for energy prices. But some internal talk, we discussed maybe Goldman Sachs, not making $400 billion this quarter spooked the market or something. I'm not sure. The other one that caught me off a little bit was the XOP. I also thought that gap was going to be a big time gap and go. This is super strong chart here. I mean, super strong chart on XOP. So that's your exploration of energy. Anyways, still sitting at quite a lofty level as compared to, this time last year. You got it, Peter. If you need me to go back over any of that stuff or something you want me to go more in depth, please throw those questions out there for me. That's what I'm here for. Um, excuse me, I got a cough coming if I put myself on mute real quick. There we go. Sipping my tea and went down the wrong way. And again, folks, this is an open forum Q&A, so whether you're a Trade Idea subscriber or you're just kind of kicking the tires, fire the questions for me. If I don't have an answer for you, I'm going to send you towards our email, and I'll get together with Minds Greater Than Mine and get you an answer that way, in the very near future. Hi, does Screener activate by, or will there be a delay? So Mo, I believe you and I had talked earlier today. No, it activates. So New York time, the market opens for live trading hours or regular trading hours at 9:30 Eastern in the morning, New York time. All right. But there's what's called pre-market too. And our pre-market data will start at 6:45 in the morning, New York time. And it goes right through for scanning all the way till the post-market closes at 8 p.m. There's no delay in our scanning whatsoever. There are two different types of scanners that we have, though. We have what we call an alert window here, okay, marked by that A, and we have what we call a top list here, marked by that T, okay? And the way these two windows work is this. Alert windows will give you a time-stamped alert saying, hey, this stock did this at this exact second you asked me to look for it. Top list windows work by updating every 30 seconds, not every single 30 seconds, every 30 seconds. So it'll return back and forth from the server saying, hey, these are all the stocks that meet the criteria of your scan. And if something no longer meets it, it is dropped from the list. If something new meets it, it is added to the list. And then the stocks can cycle, as long as they meet the scan, can cycle up and down the list based on how you're sorting them. So if you're sorting, the biggest change from yesterday's close on top, or the biggest change from today's open on top, or the most shares traded on top, there's all kinds of way to sort the data coming in, but there is no delay on our scanners whatsoever. We do not even offer a delayed version. And then Mo, that link that I gave you earlier today with the discount, that's good till midnight tonight. Eastern New York time. All right, 12 a.m. New York time, and then after that, there'll be a different discount that comes in the near future. So hopefully that answers your questions. All right, perfect, Mo. Excellent. I'm glad we could get that for you. Sector analysis different than ETF watch. I think it's the same thing. ETFs just represent sectors, or for what I do here on this, the ETFs just represent a sector. There's plenty of ETFs that are not sector related. For example, ARK, is an ETF, but it's not, not necessarily sector related. So it looks like we are selling off here into the close, and with some accelerating volume too. One 15-minute bar to go, folks, on Mr. SPY. And for all we know, maybe this is the turning of the winds. We'll see. Hard telling, not knowing. I'll say this is the choppiest right here the SPY has been in a while. Take that look at that versus this look right here. This is about almost double that now. How is the new integration I've been using TradingView integrate news directly in platform when I go to specific stocks charts? We don't do much for news here, Mo. We have what we call our single stock window here. So this is a snapshot into a lot of different things going on with the stock. And it's very customizable based on the different filters that we offer. So for example, I'll just click on this here, RCM. Things that I'm personally displaying, but you can do what you want. Here's the float, short growth, cash, debt, days to cover, options volume, some different other volume metrics that we offer, a lifetime high. This is very customizable. We can come in here and right click it, and we can come to configure. And any of these items that you see in here, we can add to it. Now there are limitations based on space. You see how big this window is. So if you want more stuff, you got to make this window bigger. With that said, we also have a news tab in it, but it's just Google powered API. That's it. So this is it that we have for news. It's not like some breaking news or anything like that. Right, so yeah, it's going to be kind of the same thing here. The other thing you can do, Mo, two things. I see your question there, Peter. I'm going to circle back to you in just a second. There are other things you could do here is either on the chart or on an alert. You can right click and you can look for send to, and you can go send a web. And that'll open a Yahoo page or whoever you want to default to be. If you want FinViz, stock charts, whoever you want, and it'll open their page right here. And you can even leave this open with what we call symbol linking. And as you click through symbols, it'll load into whatever you want, into the stock that you're looking at. So, for example, as I click through, it's going to load these different tickers. And that's the closest thing that we're going to have for quote unquote breaking news or news. And then let's see one last thing. When a stock gapping up, what percent up? Whatever, Peter, whatever you want it to be. So if we come into, if we right click and we come into a configure of the scan here, and we go to gap, all right? So we search gap, all right? And we decide we want to see a gap percent and we add that filter. Right now, there's no value to it. But if we click the show me function here, all right? and for example, we put a 1 in the minimum, now it's going to tell me show stocks where the gap was at least 1% above the previous close. Or we can put a 5, so it's 5% above the previous close. Or we could put a minus 10, where we're showing it was above the previous close, or it was at the same, or it was no more than 10% below. So it's not a default number, Peter. It's whatever we want the number to be set to, or whatever you want the number to be set to. That's why I always go into when people ask, oh, I want a gap scanner. Okay, well, sure, but what do you want it set to? Anybody can make a scanner and call it a gap scanner. And with the amount of data points that we have, and then the entries to the values of those data points, there's really an infinite amount of combinations that can be made for these scanners. There's absolutely no limitation as far as that goes. And yes, as an internal person, I bang on the table that there are some filters and some things that we should have that we don't. It's a disagreement that I have with some people, but it is what it is. So, and we do have a ton of stuff. We do have a ton of filters. Between filters and alerts is somewhere around 500. So certainly enough there to create quite a bit of scans. So let me know, Peter, if I went too fast on that, or you need me to circle back on any of that as far as gaps concerned. So I kind of keep my my experiment going with Barry's option scanner and the different alert that I gave it. Barry's using here a new high as the trigger. I'm using a breaking resistance as the trigger for the alert. And so far, still overall pretty comparable. I got a couple alerts he didn't get today. I'm not sure that they panned out to be anything, to be honest. Nope, sitting right at the alert price essentially. And just up a negligible amount. But, always good to take some data sets and compare some things, see how they're working to each other. And, I circle back. One of the reasons why I did that is I seem to be one of those new high traders that anytime I was day trading and I got a new high alert, I always seem to buy the last new high of the day. And so, experiment with some different stuff. So Chrisard asked, could you share that sector scan? I thought I had it, but it turns out it's not the same. So what you've got going there. So you have this same list that I have? Because I kind of curated this list, and I'm happy to send the list to anybody that wants it. And then if you have this list of stocks, right, there's 70 stocks in here, something like that, or 70 ETFs, I should say, not stocks. If you have that, I can walk you through how to do it right this minute. It's really easy. And never be sorry to ask, Perfect Circle. I am always happy to help out on that. Okay, so that's easy. Let's do this. Get a new top list. So, go, on the menu bar, new top list. bring that over and let me know when you've got that. And anybody that wants my list of ETFs, it's not anything special. It just, the work is done for you, so it's easy enough for me to share that list. Just send an email here, info@trade-ideas.com, and I will send over that list of ETFs so you can just copy and paste those. And I'll include a video that's going to go over exactly what I'm about to do here on screen too. So, you'll see gotten at least a head start here watching how I do it, and then I have a video that covers this exactly. And it's yeah, top list, yep. And it's a good exercise for those that want to utilize symbol lists to point at scans, so the scans are only looking at those lists. So, all right, when you got that new top list there, perfect circle, come to Windows specific filters and click hide unused and kill the filters that are left in there. All right, no values in the filters whatsoever. Okay, perfect. So, like I said, Windows specific filters, click hide unused and get rid of the values in any filters that are left. All right, and after you've done that, come to symbol lists, and you are going to go to add list, and you're going to look for that list, whatever you've called it. So for me, it's sector analysis. All right, you're double click that, and you're going to see that here. You're going to put a check mark in there, and if it doesn't default to it, you want only the following lists on this drop down menu. All right, and then the last thing you need to do is come to sort. Well, not necessarily the last thing, but come to sort, and then decide how you want to sort this list. Personally, I do change from close, but you're welcome to do what you want. If you don't see what you want there, come back to search, all right, and search for what you want. If you want average daily volume for 5 days, and then click sort by for that. Let me know if you're with me. Okay, so and then, like I said, pick what you want for sorting, and then the last thing I guess to do is go to columns and decide what columns you want in here. If you don't have, you take these are the ones that are selected, are already displaying, so obviously left to right to get rid of them, then right to left to add them. And again, if you don't see the columns that you want that are here, you come back to search, and you'll search the term that you want. You want relative volume, or if you want, average anything, any of these things here. Or if you want, change from open, or all the different changes are in here. Change from open will be one of them. There's change from open. Or if you want a position in range. There we go. All right, so yeah, and decide what columns are going to work best for you for doing that, and that's it. And then when you press OK, it'll bring you to summary, and you can give it a name up here. Believe all top lists default to say volume leaders as the name, as all alert windows will default to say breaking out on volume. So give it whatever name you feel appropriate. You press OK, and that's it. You'll have it. And then, same thing. I don't have anything too fancy here. I've got change 5-day percent, change from open and close, and position and range for the year. And that's all I like to look at. Very, very short term. These three things here, very, very short term, and then this is the big picture here. Boy, they are struggling. Those bulls are struggling to get it back above. Are we gonna get the first real bear market in 10, 11, 12 years, whatever it is now? I guess 12 years. Because the COVID bear market is not a real bear market, in my opinion. Not that I get paid for my opinion, and not that it matters. Technically, yes, it was a bear market for all of 4 days, 3 days, whatever it was, literally. All right, perfect circle. Glad we got that sorted for you. And again, people with questions here, please fire those questions away for me. All right, and we've got 5 seconds left for the day. We're going below 455 on the SPY. That'll do it, folks. So let's see. My plan is completely based on the opening gap when the market, not the pre-market, opens at 9:30 Eastern. There will be gaps, and I need the screener to immediately show me the gaps. Other screeners have 15-minute delay. Now I see the gaps. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. Just want to make sure that. Yeah, no, it will. So here, I'm going to do a little exercise with you here, Mo, for a couple of different windows since no other questions are coming in. So like I described to you before, we have our alert windows, which is an event-based and then a filter set, all right? The timestamp saying, hey, this stock did this exact same thing you were telling me to look for at this exact second. Versus this here is just a set of filters that comes back on the top list with the T, comes back every 30 seconds saying these are the stocks that meet your criteria. So 2 ways for you to scan for this. So let's start with, I'm gonna put this down here. Let's start with an alert window, all right? So we go to new and alert window, okay? We get this configure here. And like I said, there's no the gap scanner. We can make this gap scanner what we want it to be. How big of a gap do we want it? How much volume do we want? All kinds of different things. But I'm going to do it kind of basic right now, okay? First thing I always do when I'm making a new scanner is I come to the window specific filters and I erase anything that's pre-filled. Reason things get pre-filled are recent settings you've used, things you've looked at, scanners you've used, so on and so forth. So kind of, I'm going to call it smart technology because to me it's actually more of a pain, but it is what it is. All right, and next we're going to come to the selected alerts, all right? And essentially an alert is an event, okay? So here we have filters, give us a price range, different volume metrics. We could do different distances of SMAs and VWAP and things like that. Then the alert is an event. That means a new high or a new low or a check mark or a certain kind of pullback or a certain kind of a standard deviation break. Linear regression. No, I don't think we have linear regression as an alert. Just a filter. But essentially, this event has to happen at the same time your filters are satisfied. So first, let's start with our filters, all right? And you want gap, that's your big one. So we pick gap, all right? And here we go, gap percent. So we have all these different gaps, gap down reversal, gap up reversal, false gap retracement. These ones here are alerts. These are actual alerts saying, hey, this is an event that happened with this stock. Versus these are filters that we say, show me stocks that have these values that I'm going to give it of these filters, okay? So we're doing a gap percent, all right? So we select gap percent here, all right? And we add that filter. Now we have to determine what gap do we want, what percent do we want to look at. So in the middle we have what we call our show me function here, and this helps guide you on what the values will enter mean, because we have a minimum and a maximum value we have to add here. So if we go to the show me function in the middle and we put, for example, 2% as the minimum, okay, now it's going to tell me, show me any stock where the open was at least 2% above the previous close. One other thing I like to make really clear, because I seem to be coming across a lot of people that do not understand the difference between a gap and a change from close. Just so we're clear, gap is the movement of the previous day's close to the next day's open. That's it. After the stock starts to move, that is not part of the gap. The gap is only this movement right here, close to open. Everything else that happens afterwards is change from close. So this is a gap. This whole picture is a change from close, just to make sure that we're clear there. So, so now we're looking at stocks where the gap was at least 2% above the previous day's close, okay? And then we can come into some other filters here. For example, if we want a price range, so we can go with the price range here, and we can say, I want to see stocks that are between, let's say, $5 and $500, all right? And then we want to see, it's got to have traded, let's say, for example, 100,000 shares today. Yeah, BBIG, that was alerting for me earlier today on a couple different scans here. It looked like I had a pretty sizable gap up there, Terry. So yeah, I'm going to build this scan, and I'm going to show you on the history all the alerts that came through at the exact second they came through there, Mo. And then let's say our relative volume today, we had a solid relative volume. Let's say relative volume of 3. All right. And so now we've got the basis of a scan. Pretty simple, at least 2% up on the gap, a 3 on the relative volume, meaning it's doing 3 times its normal volume. It's had to trade at least 100,000 shares today, and we're looking at stocks in between $5 and $500. All right. And then the last thing is we need that selected alert. So right now we're using a new high on the day as a selected alert. If we come to search, there's a whole bunch of different alerts we can look at here, Mo. We can go through this whole list, or you can go through this whole list if and when you subscribe. But, all these different items here based on volume, different kind of running up and running down, different crosses, different channel breakouts for different times, different resistance or consolidation breakouts or support breakdowns, different highs based on different time periods, 5-minute, 10-minute, 15, 30, 60-minute highs, opening range breaks on different time frames, Fibonacci's. We do have linear regression as an alert. I thought it was just a filter for some reason. All right, so all these, but for this exercise, we're using a new high as the catalyst, all right? And so we're going to press OK, and this brings us to a summary of what we've got going on here, all right? We'll press OK, and now we have a scan. And I'm going to bring over that scan. It's on a different screen, excuse me. There we go. And if I right click and I come to history, I can go, let's go with the time frame, because I suspect there's going to be a lot of alerts here. And we can say I want to see the open, that's 9:30 a.m. And let's just say we're looking at the first half hour of the day, so 10:30 a.m. as well, all right? And every one of these alerts came in real time, timestamp. The second that the stock met the alert, the scanner, it came in. There were so many alerts I couldn't even go back to 9:30 from 10:30. So let's go history again. Let's go 1025. Let's go 1020. That'll probably be better. Let's try that again. Still can't get past 932 here. But I think you're getting my point here. All right, we can widen this out. All right, so we can see. You know, there's your timestamp, 932, the stock showed, you know. So that's one way to do it. All right. The second way to do it is this. We come to new and we go top list. So those filters will all be timestamped, whatever the filter was there. So just like you see in this alert window here, here's the timestamp that the alert came through. Here are all the filters. Here are filters, what they were at that exact second when the alert came through. All right. If you want filters to update, then what you could use is a top list, and that's every 30 seconds everything will get updated there. All right. So every one of these is updated every 30 seconds along with the stocks on and off that list. But there's no event, no alert. There's no it made a new high or anything like that. So if we go new and we go top list, all right, and we look at gap, you know, same thing here. So, you know, 2% gap, and, you know, I'm just going to kind of leave this the way it is. And then the columns, that's what you're going to have displayed for filters. So you can select the columns that you want displayed for those filters. So, you know, for here, let's go with, you know, we want a gap. I'm going to get rid of change from close percent because we have the gap instead. All right, you know, and different volume metrics and stuff like that. Maybe average 5-day shares, why not? For fun, we'll put that in there. And if we press OK, all right, I'm going to bring this over. All right, and this is going to update, you know, as these things change, as any of this stuff changes, this will all update. Every one of these things will update. The shares traded, its relative volume, the gap that it actually had. All right, so thought I added gap for a column. Maybe I didn't. Nope, I did not add gap. There we go. There we go. So, and then I can come back in history too. Like I said, so at 9, you know, with this scan here, it'll be at 9:30 and 30 seconds. You'll have your first, you know, the first population of the list. And you could actually run it in the pre-market with a gap scanner. You just have to make sure you don't have relative volume or something like that, because there are some filters that will block pre-market data. But you could even run this, so you got a kind of a running start into live trading, saying, all right, these are the stocks that look like they're going to be a gap up when the actual market opens, and that's how that would go. And we can, you know, we can come in here into the time frame and look at, you know, the history in this too, obviously, and we can say, you know, show me at 9:30 a.m. today. And these are all the stocks that, you know, came in at that time. This is on our history of the top list. They give you a 5-minute snapshot, but in live trading, or when the list is live, it's a 30-second snapshot. And every one of these things will update in real time every 30 seconds. So if a stock, you know, a stock gap, that's it. It's coming to the list because, like I said, a gap is static. But if it doesn't meet, let's say, for example, the volume metrics that you might put in there or something like that, then the stock will get dropped off the list. And if a different stock happens to meet the metrics, it'll get added onto the list. And that's the short and skinny of how that all works. All right, perfect. Glad that sorts you out there. IMET. IMTE. Let's see. Sean is talking about IMTE here. What are you looking at, Sean? Well then, it's an interesting couple of trading days on that. Alrighty, let's get rid of the menu bar. Glatsko, Smith and Klein, that continues to look real strong here. See if I can draw a trend line. So I've got a nice trend going on there. Not really a great trend line once again, but you know, I'm not an artist, what can I say? But that continues to look strong. Considering what the market did today, nice gap, kind of faded, and then pulled right back up to the high of the day. And starts to get within shouting distance of its all-time high. Do think that was quite a while ago. Let's take a look here. Let's go to a weekly chart. And again, if anybody has questions, we got 14 minutes and change. Please fire those away for me. Wow, we got a way back. Hit the way back button. So find all-time highs. We got to go back to 2014, March of 2014. Find those all-time highs. A serious breakout going on right here. Very interesting. Let's see. Sorry, Terry, I saw your question come in. So all these halts in the last 30 seconds. Maybe news. Let me pull up a halt scanner. Hello, TI, respond. What say you, halt scanner? Thought I had a thing on here that would say if it was news or not. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. That is quite a few though. So let's see. TVTY, TYME. That's a warrant. I don't even know what that is. That's just weird. That is very interesting there, Terry. Thanks for pointing that out. I always like to look at anomalies like that. They must all be related, some kind of SPAC or something. That's insane. They must be somehow related. Yeah, these aren't giving us a description. We're here, it's telling us volatility. It's an IPO or new release quotations. I wonder if there's some kind of error here. Let me pull something up here. They're all SPACs. I have to message someone about this because I'm not seeing them as halted anywhere. It might be. I'm not sure. We had an issue with something with halts in our simulator, actually, Terry, a couple of months ago. It was resolved, but you never know if there's other underlying issues that could pop up. I'm not sure. Hmm. Okay, I messaged someone to see if someone smarter than me has any thoughts. They all start with the letter T, and they're actually not all SPACs because I started looking at some of these. Tesla's on there. All right, thanks for pointing that out, Terry. Someone's gonna have to look at that. Someone smarter than me is gonna have to look at it. Yeah, TMDI, that's not a SPAC. I saw tops too. True's not a SPAC. Okay, interesting all the same. Let me get rid of that. So we closed down on the day. Closed down solid. Oops, not SPY. Always funny when you put it relative like this. That weekly chart coming out of the pandemic. Now that, compared to this, a lot different. So, well, we'll see what happens here. I mean, we could run down to 400 on the SPY and still be leaps and bounds from where we were before the pandemic. Yeah, no, that's really crazy. Yeah, good observation on your part there. I don't run a halt scanner during the day. I mean, in fact, the only reason I have it is people, often ask for one, so it's just easy for me to pass them one like that. But we're gonna reach out and well, I'll reach out to the devs first and see if someone can look under the hood and see what happened there. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what they do or don't tell me. Sometimes they don't even answer me. They send out a whatever internal email between themselves and they never tell me anything. So I don't know. My parting shot for today would be this. Be ready for the market to move either way as usual, but maybe a little more nimble than usual. If you're someone that's a long bias, start looking for stuff that's held up well in this chop. I was noticing this today. I don't know if it finally sold off. No, so RCM, you know, today it's up. What is it up because it got beat down? This is a continuation down. So we got to kind of look for where the strength is. Places you might find strength or energy. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. I mean, some strong energy charts right here to look at. SU, ENB. I believe West is going to be another strong one. NI. These are some strong energy names. Finding strength when there's been weakness. The other thing too to keep note is value. Value's been a store of value where growth has been taken to the woodshed. I'll look at this here again today. You have to believe she'll turn it around sooner than later. Not always perfect circle. There's other things to consider with that. And a lot of the energy that I've been looking at is more natural gas than energy itself or exploration. So what I would suggest, they can be correlated. They don't have to be. But what I would suggest is, kind of breaking them down when you're looking at them. So for example, UNG is your natural gas stock. So you can have oil itself moving great and natural gas not doing the same thing. XOP here is this is going to be your exploration for oil and gas. All right. And we can see where that's strong. So maybe we're looking at, new names and new plays coming on. because that's probably the strongest of all the energy stock, or excuse me, energy ETFs. Take a look here. Oil is strong there. USO's strong here. But if you look at natural gas, it's actually lagging all the rest of the sectors. Had that massive run up towards the end of the year last year until the fall, and that was it. Hasn't really been able to get out of that since. I think, Terry, something with Ukraine and Russia. I really try not to read too much into too many headlines because 99.9% of what's on the news is just what I call fear porn at this point. It's just all, nonsense bullet points. You know, I'll say this, I guess, for Russia and Ukraine. You've got a situation that's been going on there since 2015 when they shot down that plane, Russia, and then nobody really did anything about it, and then they came into Kiev and started annexing some areas. So yeah, there's definitely some talk of that. I don't think there's anything new Middle East wise or anything like that. So um, definitely keep a watch. Let's see what the VXX do. There's our fear gauge. For the market being down as much as it was, that is not much movement in the VXX, I do have to say, to be quite honest. For just catching some stuff on Twitter right now. But I just scrolled past a few things, and all this. The bears are out and drove and whatever. I like I said, I'm neither a bear nor a bull, but I mean, for us to have the kind of chop that we've had, and that's all the VXX can manage, and not much of a fear indicator. There's much more fear back here going on. So that's my parting shot right there, the VXX chart. And again, tomorrow we could wake up here tomorrow. It's not out of the realm of possibility. We'll just see. We'll just see what the charts give us tomorrow. So, all right, everybody, I appreciate all the questions, the comments. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Perfect Circle. Mo for popping in. Peter, if you're still around, thank you for your questions. Really appreciate it, you guys being in here. It's what makes the Trade Ideas community is you folks. If not, I'm talking into a void here. So, I thank you again very much. I will be back here tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern. Barry will have this stream open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern tomorrow as per usual. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so it'll give you Steve at noon Eastern for an hour before Barry takes it back. And as they say, yeah, exactly, fear porn. As they say, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat with everything. So thank you, everybody. You all have a wonderful rest of the evening, and we will catch you tomorrow. Bye.